Nails for suppressing dragons. Nails for suppressing dragons. Dragon Clan torture instrument. It was specifically used to punish the disciples of the Dragon Clan. However, nails for suppressing dragons were rarely used, because this type of torture device was too brutal. Once the nails for suppressing dragons nailed the basic dragon soul to the wall, then the dragon essence would die and everything would be extracted. Not a single disciple of the dragon race could survive under the nails for suppressing dragons. This kind of torture device was specially designed to engrave dragons. It could be said, it dealt 10 to 1% critical damage to the Dragon Clan disciples. In the Dragon Clan, only the Patriarch had nails for suppressing dragons. Since the Dragon Vein Mountain was destroyed, logically speaking, this kind of torture device should also be buried along with it. But not. It could be seen that Long Wushan had long ago brought it with him, as he was just waiting for a day to use it against Long Fei. Long Fei's heart trembled and said, "So you're saying that I'm dead for sure today?" Long Quang did not speak. He didn't know what to say, because this was something that Long Batian created all those years ago, and was used to severely punish his clansmen for their mistakes. As long as this thing was nailed to Long Batian's body, it would cause huge amounts of damage, and even he would not be able to break it. Even if Long Fei was really Long Batian's reincarnation, he wouldn't be able to withstand the injuries of the nails for suppressing dragons. Moreover, he was currently in a state of severe injuries. Without using nails for suppressing dragons, it would be hard for him to escape death. Now that he had used the nails for suppressing dragons, even more so if he died, it would increase his strength, and even that kind of dragon's soul would be destroyed, stripped away from him. It was a method of death that could never be reborn. Seeing that Long Quang did not say anything, Long Fei's heart sank. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I do not want to die yet." "Long Quang, didn't you say that I am Long Batian's reincarnation?" Long Batian calculated everything, did he not calculate it till today? If I die, all of his plans would be for naught. "You won't be able to do anything?" Long Quang shook his head, saying, "Master, I really don't know, I really can't think of a way." Long Fei laughed bitterly and said, "This means that I am not Long Batian's reincarnation. I am the one from Earth who once played games and read novels." Suddenly, facing death, Long Fei missed life on Earth a little. Practice games, read novels, physiological needs can watch island action films on a piece. Although it was useless, at least it could live. However, Long Fei only thought about it. On the way here, he had lived a wonderful life. It was at least 10,000 times more exciting than on Earth. Women are women and brothers are brothers. That was good enough. If he had another choice, he would still choose to travel to another world. However, it was a pity. He couldn't go back to Earth. He couldn't figure out who created the system, and he couldn't figure out why he was chosen. Sigh. Earth, oh Earth. If only I could go back and see. What a pity. Long Fei was a little nostalgic. He missed the computer games, missed those novels that had not ended yet, missed those island movies in the computer hard disk, missed that girl who was secretly in love with him when he was young. He missed them a lot, but he just regretted not being able to return to Earth. If he was alive, if he could go back, he would definitely go back to Earth to take a look. Long Fei looked at Long Wushan and said coldly, "Long Wushan, come." Long Wushan smiled faintly and said, "Accept your fate?" Long Fei said, "I never submit to fate, I just want to see how powerful your nails for suppressing dragons is, and see if I can kill you or not." "Not bad, you actually know about nails for suppressing dragons?" Long Wushan was a little surprised. After all, not even the disciples of the Dragon Vein Mountain would be able to recognize this. Long Wushan said, "Since you know about it, then you should be clear about its uses." Long Fei said, "Don't talk so much nonsense, hurry up and come." Long Wushan smiled faintly and said, "Don't be anxious, I have to explain a bit more clearly to you. This pair of nails for suppressing dragons was specially prepared by me for you. It's all for the power in your body." While they were talking, Long Wushan revealed an evil smile. He waved his right hand. In a moment, a nails for suppressing dragons carved with a whale of a dragon suddenly pierced through Long Fei's forehead. Crack! It pierced forward like a nail. Long Fei's head felt like it was nailed on the ground. The pain. His head was splitting, his nerves were collapsing, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. The pain on his body did not feel any discomfort. The important thing was that the nails for suppressing dragons was nailed in the middle of his sea of consciousness. His entire sea of consciousness began to shatter. Moreover, at the same time, a dragon's roar resounded in his sea of consciousness. Roar. The voice burst out from the depths of Long Fei's body. An extremely strong energy shockwave was released from the entire palace. Long Wushan was forced a few steps back, his face revealing a look of shock. The Holy Dragon Emperor, who was in midair, also trembled slightly. He was shocked by the dragon cry inside Long Fei's body. The dragon roared. After that, a gigantic dragon's shadow slowly rose from between Long Fei's brows. Long Wushan's eyes flashed with a trace of light. Ha ha ha. The dragon's ancestor's soul. Ha ha ha. Long Wushan was instantly excited. At the same time, a system announcement rang out in Long Fei's mind. Ding. System notification. The power of the ancient dragon body has disappeared. Ding. Ancient power. The power of the dragon disappears. Ding. Ancient power. The ancient alchemy technique has disappeared. Ding. Ancient power disappear. Ding. Ancient power. The ancient engraving formation has disappeared. The system beep continued to ring. The nails for suppressing dragons had destroyed his dragon soul in an instant, including all the ancient power he cultivated in. Long Wushan was incomparably excited. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! With a move of his left hand, he took out an ancient bottle. With a slight movement, he sucked the dragon spirit shadow into the bottle. After doing all of this, Long Wushan looked at Long Fei and said, "Dragon ancestor's soul, ha ha. You know what? This is the first person of the dragon race who has cultivated to become the dragon god, the dragon clan's master. It's really of no use to you at all. Next is your dragon Yuan." Long Wushan's gaze moved down, looked at the location of the pubes's abdomen, and said with a face full of excitement, "Your dragon essence is hidden among your broken pubes, but your current pubes shouldn't be shattered, right? Wait until I obtain your dragon Yuan, then I will become the strongest person in the ancient world." Ha ha ha! At this moment, Long Fei was close to fainting. Right now, he had no strength to fight back. His spirit sea had been shattered and his head had been pierced through. The pain in his body now made it impossible for him to think. Moreover, he was tightly pressed down by the dragon claw, unable to do anything. Long Guangdao, Master, if another nails for suppressing dragons comes, your life will disperse my soul. I will never be able to recover. Long Fei said in his heart, "I don't want to die, I don't want to die." Ha ha ha! Long Wushan laughed wildly and said, "Little bastard, you're here." The nails for suppressing dragons moved, about to stab down towards Long Fei's pubes. And in that moment of life and death, Long Fei suddenly heard a voice. God's Pavilion's voice. Suddenly a voice sounded out. Suddenly a voice sounded out. The voice came from the God's Pavilion. At this moment, Long Fei's pupils suddenly tightened, as though he had grabbed onto a life-saving straw of grass, and tightly grabbed onto it. God's Pavilion checked Long Fei's body and asked curiously, "What's going on? How did things turn out like this?" Long Fei immediately asked, "Is it done yet?" God's Pavilion asked, "Are you done with what?" Long Fei asked anxiously, "Has King of Hen Tribe's soul been successfully forged?" He was about to die from anxiety. The nails for suppressing dragons in Long Wushen's hands were about to fall. If it really stabbed into his pubes, he would really die. He was truly scared out of his mind. Even an immortal god like De Lu could not save him. The moment he heard God's Pavilion's voice, Long Fei placed everything on the King of Hen tribe as his trump card. If King of Hen tribe's soul was successfully forged, with King of Hen tribe's cultivation, it would not be a problem to fight against Long Wushen. Long Fei's mind tensed up, even his heart seemed to stop beating. His life was on the line. God's Pavilion giggled and said, "No. It's over." With his death in mind, Long Fei remained motionless, as if all hope had been extinguished, and there was nothing left. The last life-saving straw had sunk. "Ha ha ha! I'm lying to you," God's Pavilion laughed and said. "Who is my God's Pavilion? What kind of soul entered my God's Pavilion and I couldn't forge? However, your soul really nearly took my life. Where did this guy come from? She is truly extraordinary." "Kid, you said it last time." Without waiting for God's Pavilion to finish speaking, Long Fei asked anxiously, "Can I use her now?" They did not want to hear the words of the God's Pavilion. "He's probably going to die in the next second, bro. You still have the leisure to talk to you about this?" God's Pavilion said, "Yes, but—" Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei interrupted him again. "How do you want to use it?" God's Pavilion said. "What are you so anxious about? Listen to me finish speaking, you. There's no time. Just a second longer and I'll probably die. Hurry up and tell me how to use it." Long Fei was now like an ant on a hot pan, anxious as if it was on fire. God's Pavilion said, "As long as your idea enters the God's Pavilion, I can command her. Brat, her cultivation is too strong this time." Long Fei didn't even listen to what he had to say. At a time like this, he couldn't care less. Right now, his own strength could not handle Long Wushen at all. With the ancient dragon body destroyed, as well as destroying the dragon's energy in his body, the other energies he cultivated were no match for him. If they wanted to live, the King of Hen tribe's inside the God's Pavilion were the only hope of survival. And then, Long Fei entered the God's Pavilion. Buzz. A sharp gaze stared straight at Long Fei. In that moment, Long Fei's body fiercely trembled. Just by looking at her, Long Fei felt that he was going to die. This feeling was too unbearable. It was much more stressful than what Long Wushen was giving him. At the very top of God's Pavilion was a purple-robed man. His body glowed with purple light as he floated in the air. Those eyes. It was an indescribable feeling, and he couldn't look her in the eye. One look at the other and they would feel hopeless. As expected of the King of Hen tribe, Long Fei said excitedly. God's Pavilion also laughed excitedly. "How is it? My masterpiece is not too bad. Look at her. How perfect! In all these years, I have never encountered such a powerful soul." God's Pavilion was very proud and pleased with himself. At this time, King of Hen tribe looked at Long Fei and asked, "Who am I? Where am I?" She didn't know. Her mind was blank. She had no memory of where she was, nor did she know where she was. Long Fei looked at God's Pavilion. God's Pavilion replied, "Her soul is very pure, without any impurities from her previous life. It's as pure as a drop of mountain spring water, so she doesn't know about this." "Can you fight?" Long Fei asked. This was the issue he was most concerned about. God's Pavilion said, "Of course. Of course. As long as he could fight." However, before that, Long Fei had to give her a name. Since she could not remember her identity, this was good as well. After all, she was the soul rewarded by the system, and it was unknown whether or not she was the King of Hen tribe that covered the sky. If Long Fei gave her a new name, then this would be the place where she would start. Long Fei said, "You are called Fierce Emperor. You are fierce, the Emperor of an Emperor. This is the God's Pavilion, your temporary resting place. From today onwards you will follow me." King of Hen tribe muttered, Fierce Emperor, is that my name? All right. That sounds good. She looked very satisfied as she chanted the 2 words Fierce Emperor a few times. And then, Fierce Emperor asked, "Why would I want to follow you?" She looked very simple. Other than the fact that she saw Long Fei give off that kind of incomparably sharp gaze at first glance, there was no such ferocious gaze when looking at him from behind. On the contrary, there was the expression of an innocent and cute little girl. Long Fei said, "Come with me to kill people. Murder." Fierce Emperor was slightly taken aback, then her gaze underwent a huge change. "Is it fun?" His eyes were blazing. He was eager to give it a try. "Is it fun? Quick, 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 bring me there." Fierce Emperor became excited. Fierce Emperor had to be worthy of this name. Vicious Emperor. Long Fei was immediately stupefied by her, and immediately wanted to bring him out. However, God's Pavilion said, "You better think carefully, her soul is very unstable and she has just finished forging it. Her current strength is only enough for 1 attack. I suggest you wait." Long Fei said, "I don't have time now. She's my last lifeline. If she doesn't make it, then I'm dead for sure today." Long Fei did not hesitate. He had no other choice now. If he had a choice, he wouldn't let Fierce Emperor out either. After all, was Fierce Emperor's power strong or weak in this world? Her strength was very unstable. What if she died even after coming out? Long Fei had no choice but to gamble. God's Pavilion did not say anything else, just said indifferently, "Go." The door to the God's Pavilion opened. At this moment, in that instant, Long Wushan looked at Long Fei's location excitedly and laughed sinisterly. "Brat, give me all of your strength. Ha ha ha. Give me everything. I will become this #1 powerhouse, and I will become the #1 in the world, ha ha." The nails for suppressing dragons ruthlessly pierced through. At the same time, Long Fei looked at Fierce Emperor with a heavy gaze and said, "Come, follow me out to kill people." Fierce Emperor excitedly nodded his head, following which Long Fei's idea flew straight out of the God's Pavilion. Fierce Emperor immediately flew out of the God's Pavilion. Fierce Emperor immediately flew out of the God's Pavilion. At this moment, the nails for suppressing dragons was about to touch Long Fei's abdomen, but the nails for suppressing dragons did not fall down. Because, in this instant, the space between Long Wushan's eyebrows tightened. Cold sweat instantly seeped out of his back. His forehead was covered in sweat. He raised his eyes and saw a shadow standing above his head. A girl. He was in his 20s and had an average appearance. However, those eyes were like the eyes of a death god. The feeling of being stared at by her made his heart shiver. This was a feeling he had never experienced before. Even when she looked at him face to face with the Emperor Xian, she was not this afraid. Not just fear. At the same time, his hands were trembling. The power of the nails for suppressing dragons could not pierce through. Long Wushan looked at Long Fei, and at this time, Long Fei was unable to move. "Brat, is this because of you?" The pain all over Long Fei's body was so painful that he couldn't say a word, and the corners of his mouth slightly hooked up into a cold smile. Long Wushan looked at Fierce Emperor who was on top of him, and slowly straightened his body. The nails for suppressing dragons also withdrew, and unless he took care of the girl on the top of the mountain, he would not be able to do anything, because, as long as he made a move, that girl would also instantly make a move, and he might not be able to block it. In a battle between experts, the faster the better. Long Fei was already a cooked duck to Long Wushan. He would definitely not let him fly away. Long Wushan didn't mind waiting for a few more minutes after waiting for so many years. Long Wushan looked at Fierce Emperor and said, "Miss, we do not have any grudges, do we?" Fierce Emperor giggled and said, "No." Long Wushan asked, "Then why are you staring at me?" Fierce Emperor still had a grinning expression and said, "It's fun." Long Wushan said, "If you think it's fun, Then there will be even more fun later on. Fierce Emperor asked, "What is it?" Long Wushan said, "Did you see the purple dragon in the sky? Go play with him first, I'll come find you later." Fierce Emperor raised his head to look at the enormous purple dragon that sat cross-legged in the sky, and there was some doubt in his eyes. At the same time, the purple dragon's eyes widened. Buzz! The purple light scattered down, and instantly enveloped Fierce Emperor. Long Quang cried out inwardly, "Not good! The purple dragon eyes have a powerful illusion technique. She must have been infected by it." Long Fei's heart tensed up. The king of Hen tribe in the sky was extremely strong, all sorts of illusions and divine arts were useless, but this was his world, how could she be so strong? Long Fei didn't know. The corner of Long Wushan's mouth curled. The moment he saw the purple light envelop Fierce Emperor, his palm moved and a square stamp appeared. Dragon Quang shouted again, "Ancestral dragon seal? This is bad." If she was told to run, she definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the illusion of the purple dragon eyes and the dragon ancestral seal. Long Fei's heart sank. He did not give the order. If Fierce Emperor escaped, then he would die now. Fierce Emperor was just a divine soul. Even if she was beaten back to her original form, she could still return to the god's pavilion, but he couldn't. If she lost the last bit of reliance, then he would have soul flying. Long Fei did not give the order. At this time, he could only choose to trust Fierce Emperor. Boom! Long Wushan's figure disappeared. The next second, he stood in the middle of the purple dragon's head with the ancestral dragon seal in one hand and revealed a proud and cold sneer on his face. "Do you think you can ruin my good fortune? Humph! You overestimate yourself. Kid, this is your last resort, right? Ha ha ha! Destroy!" Long Wushan's right hand fell, and the ancestral dragon mark directly smashed towards Fierce Emperor's head. Long Fei shouted in his heart, "Fierce Emperor, be careful!" Fierce Emperor acted as if he did not hear it, and still had a joyful expression, giggling as he said, "It's fun, fun! Rumble! Rumble! Rumble!" Tens of thousands of thunderbolts roared. Under the pressure of the ancestral dragon imprint, the mountain peak that was tens of thousands of meters tall was instantly nailed to the bottom. The entire mountain fell down. It became parallel to the road at the foot of the mountain. How powerful was this ancestral dragon seal? Long Fei's body was also affected by the strong force, and the nails for suppressing dragons nailed on his forehead was unbearable for him, but he was worried about Fierce Emperor. How is she now? If she couldn't hold it, then it was all over. Dragon Quang indifferently said, "Master, there are no living people under the ancestral dragon seal. This seal was left behind by you from your previous life and is also the Dragon Clan seal. It possesses the power from your previous life. If this continues, not to mention a shadow, even the shadow of the Emperor Xian would be burnt to ashes. Not many people could withstand the suppression of the ancestral dragon seal. It was one of the dragon race's most precious treasures. In that instant the power was too strong. And it was under the illusion of the purple dragon eyes, so he did not know how to defend. An existence that was dead for sure. Long Wushan also laughed wildly, "Ha ha! You dare to be so presumptuous in front of me with such little strength? You're courting death." He laughed out loud proudly, because he could no longer see the afterimage of Fierce Emperor. No doubt about it, Fierce Emperor had already been killed by him. Long Wushan looked at Long Fei with contempt again, and said, "Brat, no one can save you, understand? The dragon soul has appeared. It's your dragon Yuan now." As soon as he finished, Long Wushan was about to fly to Long Fei's side and nail him with the nails for suppressing dragons. But, at this moment, a chuckling voice was transmitted from the top of his head. How amusing! Long Wushan's pupils shrank rapidly as if he had been terrified. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his palms broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't control it at all. Long Fei looked at the top of Long Wushan's head, only to see fierce Emperor quietly floating there, not to mention injured. He did not even lose a single strand of hair. Ha ha ha! Long Fei laughed excitedly, saying, Long Wushan, you must be afraid. If such a powerful force had not injured fierce Emperor, then how strong was she? Long Wushan's mind suddenly tensed up. However, he did not give up. He suddenly moved his body and disappeared on the spot. He let out a roar, purple dragon rage. Roar! The purple dragon that was hovering in the air was enraged. The purple scales on its body seemed to explode, reminding everyone that it had doubled in size. The dragon roars caused the surrounding thousands of kilometers to split open as they resounded. At this moment, all of the disciples on the Sword Elf Mountain were directly torn to shreds by this dragon's roar. The ones with the most power. However, fierce Emperor felt that many lives had disappeared, so he mumbled to himself, I am fierce Emperor, fierce and ferocious, the Emperor of an Emperor, but you are even more vicious than me, killing so many people at one go. Humph! I'm very unhappy. So. With that, fierce Emperor moved slightly. Zhang Xian's finger moved. He directly pointed between Long Wushan's eyebrows. In this instant, Long Wushan did not move an inch. He simply did not know when fierce Emperor had arrived by his side. Fierce Emperor muttered, I am the most vicious. With a move of his fingers, Long Wushan's head immediately burst open. She pointed at the space between Long Wushan's eyebrows. She pointed at the space between Long Wushan's eyebrows. There were no energy waves. There was no sign. He didn't even clearly see how fierce Emperor had come here. Then, Long Wushan's head exploded. His head exploded. Long Wushan didn't even have a chance to react. The moment fierce Emperor's fingertip touched his forehead, his mind was filled with disdain. Because, no matter how strong fierce Emperor was, he believed that he would not be injured. But now, boom! The head exploded. The gash on the top of his head dropped to zero with a swoosh. The other half of its body shook a few times before falling down from the head of the purple dragon. Long Fei was stunned. What the F******K? This is too fierce. Long Quang was dumbstruck and asked, Master, who is she? God's Pavilion laughed like a retard. How is it? Awesome, ha ha ha. More than fierce? It was simply overturning the sky. At that moment, Long Fei's heart was at his throat. He did not even have time to react when Long Wushan's head exploded. However, Long Wushan's head exploded, but the purple dragon was still there. Before Long Wushan's body could even land on the ground, the purple dragon had suddenly bitten into half of Long Wushan's body. He swallowed it all in one gulp. And then, Long stared at fierce Emperor with his blood-red purple eyes. Fierce Emperor slightly turned around and looked at Long while grinning. What's wrong? Do you want to be beaten? Long's body trembled slightly. The bloody light in his eyes immediately shrank, and with a roll of his body, he slowly withdrew the dragon claw that was pressing down on Long Fei's body. After that, he slowly retreated. At this moment, roar! He let out a roar, then shot up into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He ran away. Long Fei exhaled a long breath and said, Huff, huff, huff. His breathing was rapid. Finally, I got my life back from the gates of hell. Long Fei said while gasping for breath, but he was still unable to move. There was even a nails for suppressing dragons nailed in the middle of his forehead. Although he was still alive, he was in too much pain. It was also at this time. Fierce Emperor placed both of his hands on his small waist, and giggled while looking at Long Fei. How is it? I am very fierce, am I not? I like the name Fierce Emperor more and more. Hee hee. After which, he chuckled like an innocent little girl. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't tell that she was a ruthless person. However, before she could stop smiling, her face suddenly changed, and her body started to tremble non-stop. Her expression turned bitter. Ah, what happened to me? My body, why? What happened to me? Fierce Emperor spoke anxiously as her illusory body began to shatter bit by bit, turning into ashes after she shattered, just like paper that had just been burnt. Long Fei immediately asked, God's Pavilion, what's going on? God's Pavilion let out a long breath and said, I told you, she can only use it once. Her soul is currently very unstable, and being able to hold on for such a long time is already pretty good. I told you not to use it, you just didn't stop. I have never seen such a perfect divine soul, it's simply an invulnerable existence. If only I had a little more time, I could make his divine soul more stable. What a pity! God's Pavilion shook his head and sighed. Long Fei asked, Then what do we do now? God's Pavilion said, Nothing can be done. Long Fei asked, But we can't just watch as she disappears, can we? If her illusion is broken, then his soul should still be here, and he can let her meet the God's Pavilion again. Fierce Emperor's current situation was similar to soul flying. Looking at her painful expression, Long Fei really felt pain in his heart. God's Pavilion said, You think I don't want to save her? She's so perfect, even if I have to trade my life for hers, I want to save her. But there's really no other way. Long Fei said anxiously, Why didn't you say so in the beginning? Now tell me there's no other way? God's Pavilion was also angry and said, I will say this at the beginning, did you give me the chance to say it? And so what if I did? You're going to die. If you don't let her go, you already have soul flying. Do you think you can still talk to me? Long Fei was speechless. It was just as God's Pavilion had said. If Fierce Emperor did not appear, he would already be dead. As he watched Fierce Emperor's body slowly turn into nothingness, the corners of Long Fei's eyes became moist, and she said, I'm sorry. Very sad. He could only apologize. There was nothing else he could do. However, if he was allowed to choose again, he would do the same. Because he wanted to live. Many times he would feel very uncomfortable, but he had to live on. Only by living on would he have the chance to change everything. Only then would he have the chance to take revenge. Fierce Emperor looked at Long Fei's pained expression. She endured the tearing pain and giggled and said, Don't worry. At least let me know what my name is. Vicious and Ruthless, Emperor of Kings. I like it. Thank you. With a light sound, the last shadow on Fierce Emperor's body shattered into ashes. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and roared, It was really hard. He watched Fierce Emperor disappear one by one, but he couldn't do anything about it. With the help of the anger in his heart, Long Fei, who was nailed in between the eyebrows by the nails for suppressing dragons, suddenly shot out, Bam! The nails for suppressing dragons was forcefully pulled out by him. A bloody hole appeared in his forehead. Faint traces of blood gushed out, and it was as if he couldn't feel any pain. Looking at the nails for suppressing dragons in his hands, he clenched it tightly. At this moment, the system beep rang. This was the system beep that killed Long Wushan, but, as the nails for suppressing dragons stabbed itself into Long Fei's mind, his divine sea shattered and something seemed to be wrong with the system inside his soul. At least, the reaction time of the system beep was too slow. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Long Wushan. Why isn't there a cultivation level option? Long Fei was secretly startled. Could it be that Long Wushan is not dead? Or what? He didn't know. Because at that moment, Long Wushan simply did not have the time to create a clone. Could not have been a clone, it had to be a real face. Or was it because the purple dragon swallowed it back? Long Fei didn't know. He didn't have time to think about it now. The system beep continued to ring. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Ancestral Dragon Seal. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining nails for suppressing dragons. Ding! Hiss, 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 hiss. Long Fei's ears were about to burst. Suddenly, System Beep S turned into an ear-piercing hissing sound, just like sharp nails scratching against glass. Never. It was obviously the time for equipment to drop, yet the system beep had turned out like this. Long Fei felt very uncomfortable. However, at this moment, the system felt even more uncomfortable. The nails for suppressing dragons suddenly stabbed into Long Fei's spirit sea, causing his soul to be destroyed. Long Fei's soul was also severely injured, and the system was hidden inside his soul. This was also the reason why the nails for suppressing dragons' words were slightly exaggerated. Ah! Long Fei held his head with both his hands, as though he was wearing earphones. He wanted to take them off and throw them on the ground. However, no matter how much he tried to control it, he couldn't. The piercing, hissing sound became stronger and stronger, causing Long Fei to feel like he was going crazy. What's going on? What's going on? Holy sh*t. Why don't you just give me Earth? It was too hard. The nails for suppressing dragons' injury had not healed yet, and there was still a bloody hole in the middle of his forehead. His entire body was wounded, and his body was about to split apart, but now there was another problem with the system. It was raining. Long Fei's body started to tremble frantically, and fresh blood kept gushing out from his mouth. His body was about to be unable to withstand the pain brought upon by the system. At the same time as blood spurted out from his mouth, he also spat out white foam. At this moment, in another world, in a dark room, a man with deep vision held his head with both hands. Long Fei was in front of his screen. Long Fei who was twitching. Long Fei's entire body was injured. He covered his head with his hands and was completely stunned. How could this be? That's impossible. The system is implanted into his soul. Even if his physical body is destroyed, as long as his soul is still alive, there shouldn't be any problems. Why would there be such an error code? Did the system short-circuit? That's impossible. This system is obviously the most perfect and advanced one. There's no way it could have a short circuit. The man's forehead was locked, and then he started typing furiously on the keyboard. Enter a long string of codes, but on the screen, Long Fei's pain did not subside at all. Furthermore, the series of codes showed that the system was about to collapse from the severe injury. The man's forehead tightened even more. He was in a bad mood. After pondering for a moment, he typed in a long string of commands and muttered, "Let the system elf wake up and let her control it. She is an AI, she should be able to control it." The system wizard he mentioned was the sister sleeping in the system. Ever since Long Fei had returned to the universal realm, the system girl had been in a deep sleep and had no intention of waking up. The result was the same. There was no reaction at all. System girl did not wake up, nor did he go to the control system. The man's expression turned ugly. What exactly is going on? The intellectual brain can't awaken? Or should I say? In the past, Long Fei was only one of the many possessors of the system. He was Long Fei's examiner. Amongst the numerous system owners, Long Fei was the one they thought the most highly of, especially Long Fei's personality, which made him extremely envious of his brotherly relationship and his love for women. Hence, he had always been secretly protecting Long Fei, following the upgrade of the system. A fatal mistake by Long Fei caused the higher-ups to give up. However, he had hidden it and updated Long Fei's system, allowing the intellectual brain to control it. He thought it was the perfect system. Long Fei had always been in charge, but now, he was caught off guard by the system's error. There were many times when the system's commands failed to work, and were unable to change the system in Long Fei's mind at all. The system was still crashing. If the system crumbled completely in Long Fei's soul, then Long Fei would be erased like the other losers. In his current world, all of the system carriers were experimental subjects. If the experiment failed, then he would just kill them all. It had no value at all. He didn't want Long Fei to die. He wanted Long Fei to come to this world step by step, and let him know who was protecting him. He himself also wanted to meet Long Fei once, thinking that Long Fei could change this world. Long Fei could not die now. However, he also couldn't think of any way to change the system that was collapsing inside Long Fei's soul. Crack, crack, crack. That's not right. Crackle. No way. A string of codes, one after another, were rejected. On the screen, Long Fei's spasms were even more severe, and right now, he didn't have the slightest ability to defend at all. Even a 10-year-old child would be able to take his life. What should we do? Could it be? Is there no other way? The man's forehead was tightly locked. He did not think that the nails for suppressing dragons could actually injure the system in Long Fei's soul. Was it a coincidence? Or was it something else? Right now, there was no use in thinking about this. The man kept thinking and trying, but he just didn't know what to do. He watched as the commands he typed were continuously deleted. His authority of control was also dwindling. No way. He can't die, he's still my idol. I even wanted to meet him. The man relaxed his brow and made his decision. He looked at the unique red button on the keyboard. He gritted his teeth and pressed down hard. Looking at the Long Fei on the screen, he said, "Sorry, I can only let you start over." "I'm sorry. Only system initialization can save your life. However, if the system initializes it, you will be returned to their hands. You will still be given one test subject, number 9999. Number 9999 was Long Fei's number. It was also his name. In his world, numbering was just a name. The test subject did not have a name, only a number. The moment the red button was pressed, the man's emotions became complicated and his heart felt very uncomfortable. However, Long Fei, who was in front of the screen, twitched his face in pain. The system was initializing and the crash did not continue. Only initialization can be blocked. From now on, you're going to start over. I'm really sorry I couldn't help you. However, I believe in you. I believe that you will definitely succeed. And there's still a system user in your current world. If you can integrate with the system's data from his body, maybe. The man did not continue because this was too unknown. Moreover, the chances are slim. Even if Long Fei met him, he might not even be able to find out that the other party was the owner of the system. Unless both of them were waiting for the other. Good luck. The man smiled wryly and his screen went black. He had lost control of Long Fei and had no power to test him. The system inside Long Fei's soul had been activated, and his detector had returned to the central world of this world. Within an incomparably large building, a black screen suddenly lit up, and on the screen it was Long Fei. Ugh! Ugh! Long Fei woke up from his coma. A splitting headache. Seeing the mess around him, Long Fei's eyes tightened. Just now? What's wrong? Just now, the pain in his head was too severe. He had no idea what had happened, as if something in his brain was about to explode. It was very painful. As a result, he directly fainted for a short period of time. Did the nails for suppressing dragons bring any damage? The soul of a dragon is destroyed, but that is the soul of a dragon. It shouldn't have anything to do with my soul, right? Thinking about nails for suppressing dragons, Long Fei slightly raised his eyes, his right hand subconsciously touching between his eyebrows. However, he was surprised. There was actually no longer a bloody hole in the middle of his forehead. Not to mention a bloody hole, there wasn't even a single scar. It was completely undamaged, as if it hadn't been injured at all. What's going on? Long Fei was a little dazed. The bloodied nails for suppressing dragons were all still in his hands, and he had clearly been nailed to the ground by Long Wushan's nails for suppressing dragons just now. There was only a little bit of health point left. He recovered after losing consciousness? This. Long Fei was a little confused. Long Fei looked around and asked, "Who saved me?" "That's impossible. Even if a deity came, if he saved me, he wouldn't be able to recover so quickly, without even a scar. Could it be I leveled up? Only by leveling up Long Fei's injuries would he be able to recover instantly." However, he had clearly heard the notification just now and hadn't leveled up yet. The killing system was also immediately blocked. He simply could not choose to absorb Long Wushan's cultivation realm. Thus, there was absolutely no leveling up. If it's not leveling up, what would it be? Long Fei really wanted to know the answer to this question. The idea moved a little and asked, "Dragon Kuang, what happened just now?" Long Kuangdao, I don't know either. And, Master, you just now. Long Kuang's eyes were filled with tears. He looked like he was crying with joy. His speech was as if his tongue was tied up, making it difficult for him to speak smoothly. Long Fei said, "What just now? Speak clearly." Long Kuangdao, "Master, just now you died." "What?" Long Fei was stunned. He thought he had fainted. "Why is he dead?" Long Kuangdao, "Just now you were in too much pain, your divine sea had shattered, and your entire brain had stopped working. Not only that, your heartbeat also stopped, your breathing also stopped, and all of the internal organs in your body slowly weakened." He had sensed it very clearly just now. Long Fei was like dead person just now, there was no difference between him and a dead person. Long Kuang blamed himself. When he heard Long Fei's voice, he was completely dumbstruck, and couldn't say a word for a moment, but now, he was already certain that Long Fei was still alive. "I'm dead." Long Fei was very suspicious, and felt that it was very strange. "Why can't I feel anything? Really, I don't feel anything at all. I just remember that I was in pain, very uncomfortable, and then I fainted." "Then what am I now? Resurrected from the dead? You're alive? But why?" Long Fei did not feel any kind of external force entering his body, and there was no one around him either. The ability to revive itself? Or is it really like an online game where you can revive in a spring if you die? It can't be. Long Fei felt that it was getting weirder and weirder. Long Kuang wouldn't lie to him. Just now he definitely experienced a short death, but why did he come back to life? What did he experience just now? However, he had a feeling that his sudden death was related to the system. When he thought about the system, Long Fei once again thought about the system's problem, and immediately opened it up to check. However, the system in his mind was completely black. There was only a progress bar that was slowly moving forward. A series of codes kept appearing behind the progress bar. It was like a computer system was being updated. How could this be? Long Fei looked at the system progress bar. Why would the system suddenly crash? Is this a system update? Or was it broken by the nails for suppressing dragons? The nails for suppressing dragons. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. He suddenly realized his own weakness. Just now, if the nails for suppressing dragons had aimed even a few millimeters more, he would probably be dead by now. Thinking of this, Long Fei's back was drenched in cold sweat. He suddenly took in a deep breath. The system in my mind can be destroyed by the power of the outside world? If that's really the case, then in the future. Long Fei frowned. He didn't dare to continue imagining things. However, on the other hand, the system was not invulnerable. Since it can be destroyed, there must be a way to take it out. No matter what. If there is a chance in the future, either I will be the one to design the system in my head and control it myself, or I will have to take it out. Otherwise, the system will be positioned and monitored in a certain world or place. In front of a certain computer, he might be watched like a fool, including everything that happens during his daily life. Long Fei looked up into the sky. The feeling of being watched was very unpleasant. Only, Long Fei was unable to change it now. Just as Long Fei was thinking about this, system startup completed. Ding. System prompt. Initialization completed. Ding. Congratulations to host Long Fei for obtaining the striking system. Do you want to check the attributes? Huh. Striking system? What the hell is this? System initialization? Holy sh*t. This, what the heck happened? Long Fei was truly confused. System initialization? Long Fei was very clear on the meaning of these words. Just like restoring the factory settings. His system has been upgraded for generations, but suddenly the original system was restored. Striking system. This system was a little unfamiliar to Long Fei because his memories did not recover yet. This was the system he got from transmigrating from Earth to God's Martial continent. Do you want to view the properties? Long Fei did not have a choice. Although he was a little unhappy with the system, but the system was still his best option. He had to rely on the system before he found the designer of the system. Check it out. Player. Long Fei level. Emperor Swordsman. Note. S experience gained from killing Long Wushan, leveled up to Emperor Swordsman. Holy source value. 68 million health point. 10 million skills. None lucky value. None charm value. None striking value. 100 points. This. No skills? Where did all those cultivation techniques that I cultivated go to? Long Fei activated the system's skill to block it. As expected, it was as the system had described. He didn't even have a single cultivation technique. System, what about the items that I dropped in the past? And then, Long Fei immediately checked the space ring. Seeing the thing inside the space ring, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, luckily, the space ring was not affected. However, what kind of berserk art is this striking system using? Because he had memories of the seal, Long Fei didn't really understand the striking system, and he really wanted to give it a try. Because he had memories of the seal, Long Fei didn't really understand the striking system, and he really wanted to give it a try. However, there was no one else he could try. It was also at this time. Meng Tu walked into the Great Hall with a slightly trembling body. He was also severely injured, and Long Wushan's pressure just now had completely killed off all the disciples of the Sword Elf Mountain. It was only when the Great Hall quieted down and the purple dragon fled that he dared to enter the Great Hall. Seeing Long Fei in the Great Hall, Meng Tu was so excited that tears were about to flow, and she said with a teary voice, Long Fei, good boy, you're really still alive. Long Fei looked at Meng Tu and his heart trembled. Great clan elder. Meng Tu hurriedly walked up, his face was filled with pain, and he said, nothing, they're all dead. All of the Sword Elf Mountain's disciples all died. And Meng Tu looked inside the hall, but he did not see Bailey Tianhai and the others. He did not continue. Long Fei frowned, feeling very uncomfortable. Bailey Tianhai, brothers of 5 elements, and the rest were all smashed into smithereens by Long Wushan's dragon whiskers. Thinking of that, Long Fei's body trembled. It was very hard. But this was the world of the law of the jungle. This was reality. If you are not strong enough, then you will be crushed, and your brother, your woman, will be killed. Long Fei felt terrible in his heart, but he secretly clenched both his fists and thought, every world has the laws of its own. If the gods of the underworld can revive Lu Xun, then they must have a way to revive my brothers. The Dark God definitely has a way. Meng Tu looked at Long Fei and said, don't be too sad, you still have a long way to go. Right. Where's the King of Sword Elves? Long Fei's eyes darkened. Luoshi. He had just been forgotten by the system. When Meng Tu mentioned the King of Sword Elves, he immediately thought of Lu Luoshi. Then, Long Fei immediately said, "Great clan elder, do you know where in Sword Elf Mountain there is a secret world?" Meng Tu said, "The Sword Elf Mountain is destroyed now. The Sword Elf Mountain must have collapsed. Even if there are, I'm afraid they have been crushed now. King of Sword Elves brought Xianlai Mountain to Secret World, and Lu Luoxi was locked inside one of the Secret Worlds. This secret world could only be activated by King of Sword Elves, but he didn't know if Lu Luoxi had brought it out yet. If it wasn't for that, the collapse of the secret world was very likely. All of his brothers had died. Lu Luoxi could not die. Absolutely not. Long Fei turned and quickly walked to the rear hall. Meng Tu also quickly followed him out. When they walked out of the Great Hall, the entire Sword Elf Mountain was just as Meng Tu had said. Even the hill at the door was taller than the Sword Elf Mountain. How could he find the secret world under such circumstances? Meng Tu looked at the Sword Elf Mountain in a mess and said, "The power of the divine space is too strong. In front of them, mountains and seas can be leveled and cut apart." Sigh. Meng Tu let out a long sigh. He could feel his own insignificance. He could sense how powerful the overgod world was. In the instant that Long Wuxian released such a powerful force, his heart trembled non-stop. It was too minuscule, too weak. Long Fei did not care about all these. He took a step forward and then flew up into the air. Although he did not have any skills, he was at the Emperor Swordsman realm, so flying was a very easy task. Luo Shi! Luo Shi! Long Fei flew for a few hundred meters and shouted loudly, "Can you hear me? Are you still there?" Long Fei shouted hysterically. The surrounding mountains and rivers constantly echoed, but there was no sound from Lu Luoxi. Long Fei leapt up again, searching everywhere. He kept shouting. However, all the surrounding creatures looked as if they had died. With the exception of Long Fei's echoes, there was not a single sound. Ah! Long Fei could not help but roar. At this moment, the place that was originally an abyss had now turned into a shallow trench, from which came a few low coughing sounds. Long Fei immediately sensed it. After locking on to the exact location, he immediately fell to the ground. The one who coughed was none other than Ling Yuan, the guard for Secret World. Ling Yuan, who only had a few hundred points of health point left on top of his head. He only revealed half of his body. When Long Fei saw him, he immediately asked, "Where's Lu Luoxi?" Ling Yuan laughed crazily as he looked at Long Fei's bloody teeth. "Ha ha! Ha ha!" Long Fei's eyes showed killing intent. He grabbed him by the collar and directly lifted him into the air, saying, "What are you laughing at? Tell me, where is Lu Luoxi?" Without mentioning, Long Fei still did not know. The instant Ling Yuan was lifted up, half of his body directly ruptured. Only half of his body was left. His waist had been cut in half, and fresh blood continued to gush out. Meng Tu also rushed over, but when he saw Ling Yuan like this, he knew that he would not live any longer, and could not help but say, "Ling Yuan, tell him." Ling Yuan was very clear that he would not live, but he hated Long Fei to the core. If Long Fei had not appeared, Lu Luoxi would have become his wife, and they would have entered the divine space together. However, when Long Fei appeared, he was no longer the same as before. Moreover, what was even more fatal, Ling Yuan looked at Long Fei and said, "Beg me, kneel down and beg me, please make me happy, I will tell you, ha ha." He was going to die. Before he died, he would thoroughly play with Long Fei. Meng Tu said, "Ling Yuan, what are you doing?" Ling Yuan said, "I just want to know how important junior sister Lu is in your heart. Kneel down and beg me." Long Fei gritted his teeth and said solemnly, "I, Long Fei, do not bow to the heavens, do not kneel to the ground, but I can kneel to you for my woman's sake." Finished. Long Fei's knees sank. Without any hesitation, he kneeled to the ground. He had no choice. Lu Luoxi was too important to him. Ling Yuan was startled. He did not expect Long Fei to actually kneel down. A man was willing to kneel down for a woman, and this man was very strong. From this, it could be seen how important this woman was in his heart. Ling Yuan knew that he had completely lost the moment. He thought about how Long Fei jumped off the cliff because of him. He laughed coldly to himself as he said, "I lost." If he was Long Fei, he wouldn't kneel down. Long Fei asked, "Tell me, where is she?" The resentment in Ling Yuan's eyes disappeared as he looked at Long Fei and said, "She has been brought away by the King of Sword Elves and had just left for the divine space. Long Fei, you must save junior sister Lu." Long Fei suddenly stood up and was about to rush into the sky. However, at this moment, Ling Yuan suddenly grabbed Long Fei's body and, using the last bit of his strength, flew to Long Fei's ears and whispered, "Long Fei, junior sister is pregnant with your child. You must save her, you must." In that moment, Long Fei was stunned. "Junior sister has your child in her womb. Quickly save, save. Junior sister has your child in her womb. Quickly save, save." Ling Yuan did not finish speaking as his body fell to the ground, lifeless. Meng Tu stepped forward to check. "He's dead." Long Fei stood there in a daze. His mind was blank, as if he had short-circuited. "She has my child in her womb. Am I going to be a father? Am I going to be a father now? Long Fei, am going to be a father?" Long Fei's mouth was trembling when he spoke, because he suddenly appeared. He had no idea he was going to be a father. Too unexpected. This was too surprising. Meng Tu looked at Long Fei and asked, "Long Fei, what's wrong?" "Ha ha ha!" Long Fei suddenly laughed out loud. "I'm going to be a father." Then, Long Fei's eyes darkened as he stared at the sky and roared, "Whoever dares to hurt my woman or hurt my child, I want their 18 generations of ancestors' lives." Bam! The Emperor Swordsman's power exploded out with all of its might. The ground sank and the ground within 100-meter radius cracked. Long Fei's body shot into the sky like a rocket. Long Fei continued to exert his strength and shoot forward in midair. The consumption of holy source value continued to increase. However, his current holy source was worth more than 60 million and was at full strength, so there was no need for him to worry much. He was using all his firepower. In the ancient world's mortal world, he no longer had anything to worry about. Phoenix returned to the Phoenix Valley. The brothers had all died. He was the only one left, and the person he was most concerned about was Lu Luoxi. "I'm going to be a father. I'm going to be a father now." Long Fei kept repeating these words in his heart. His blood was boiling and his body seemed to have an inexhaustible power. His entire person also entered a berserk state. The speed displayed was 10 times faster. "Luoxi, wait for me. Wait for me." Long Fei roared hysterically. His figure was like a bolt of lightning, constantly flashing towards the sky. He had to catch up to them before the Xianlai mountain opened its doors. Otherwise, without a extradition person, Long Fei would not be able to enter the divine space. If they couldn't enter the divine space, then the consequences. Xianlai Mountain had said before that Lu Luoxi had the physique of Holy Yin, and was a good material for Emperor Xian to cultivate in. Once he was unable to enter the divine space, Lu Luoxi would fall into the hands of the Emperor Xian. Long Fei didn't dare imagine it. Right now, he was completely risking his life. The holy source value was already burning, frantically consuming himself. Long Fei also crazily shot towards the sky. He was risking his life. Hurry up. Hurry up, if you can't even get to Skygate, what qualifications do you have to enter the divine space? Xianlai Mountain's face was filled with disdain. In his heart, he was very reluctant to bring the King of Sword Elves. However, Long Wushan had lost, there was no one by his side, and he felt extremely insecure. While he was speaking, Xianlai Mountain coldly said, Long Wushan, you are really a piece of trash. If you can't even deal with a single Long Fei, then this kind of trash should have died a long time ago. The moment Secret World was destroyed, Xianlai Mountain coincidentally came out. In the distance, he saw the Emperor Xian had his head blown off by a shadow. At that moment, Xianlai Mountain was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Even Long Wushan was not his opponent, then how could he be Long Fei's opponent with only the cultivation of Holy Moon State? He had originally wanted to go and ridicule or personally kill Long Fei, but seeing that scene, the Xianlai Mountain didn't even think about fleeing into the divine space. As long as he entered the divine space, he would be safe. He was very clear that Long Fei could not open the sky gate without his extradition person. Hurry up. Xianlai Mountain spoke again. King of Sword Elves was panting heavily in the air. His body was barely able to take it, and the higher he went, the more unbearable it became. It was as if he was at the bottom of the sea, and he could not bear the pressure. It was the same high up in the sky. King of Sword Elves gasped like a cow. Sir, why don't you take us to fly? Xianlai Mountain's eyes immediately became gloomy. I think you want to die. What identity do you have, what identity do I have, for me to fly you? Are you tired of living? Lu Luoshi's face was pale, she could not take it either. Compared to King of Sword Elves, she felt even worse, because she used all the spirit energy in her body to protect the child in her stomach. Her life wasn't important, the life of a child was everything. She was basically carried by the King of Sword Elves. Lu Luoshi said, You will not be able to escape, Long Fei will definitely catch up to you, and will definitely kill you. Pa! King of Sword Elves slapped him hard, Shut your mouth. If you hadn't delayed in Secret World, would we have ended up like this? If it weren't for the fact that you still have some value, do you think you could have survived until now? Eating things that are inside and outside of you, how could you have reached your current level of cultivation without my teachings? King of Sword Elves was furious. Blood hung from the corner of Lu Luoshi's mouth, as 5 finger marks were imprinted on her cheek. She looked at King of Sword Elves coldly and said, Without me, you would have died long ago. What use do you think you have? If I die, will you still be alive? Xianlai Mountain said indifferently, She is right. If she died, you would die an even worse death. Do you understand? King of Sword Elves' gaze tensed up, and he immediately replied respectfully. Understood, understood. Lu Luoshi mocked. King of Sword Elves, you really are like a dog. King of Sword Elves' eyes burned with anger, with killing intent in his eyes, as though he had killed Lu Luoshi with a single palm. However, he knew in his heart that he could not do it. Just as Lu Luoshi had said, he had no use for Lu Luoshi. He was the one that was chosen by the Xianlai Mountain. The reason why he had been tightly grabbing onto Lu Luoshi the entire time was because he was afraid that the Xianlai Mountain would make a move against him. Lu Luoshi was his life-saving talisman. Even if Long Fei caught up, he did not need to worry. Xianlai Mountain said in a deep voice, Stop with the nonsense. Feel like you are flying right now and you will be in Sky Gate soon. Once in the Sky Gate, don't mention Long Fei, even God wouldn't be able to catch up. Faster. Xianlai Mountain was still very worried. The pressure Long Fei gave him was just too strong. King of Sword Elves tightly grabbed Lu Luoshi and flew up. Lu Luoshi did not dare struggle. She was afraid of hurting the child in her womb. Suddenly, a roar came from beneath the clouds. Ah! Lu Luoshi's eyes turned cold, and immediately laughed. It's Long Fei, he's here. King of Sword Elves' body trembled slightly, and he subconsciously gulped. Xianlai Mountain's body immediately started to tremble, and he shouted fiercely, Damn you, Long Wushan, you trash! What are you waiting for? Hurry up! Xianlai Mountain wanted to die, so he tried his best to charge towards the sky. The King of Sword Elves was also extremely afraid. He himself was already injured. Seeing the great Xianlai Mountain increasing his speed, Afraid that he would be sold off, he panicked and shouted loudly, "My lord, wait for me." It would have been better if he hadn't called out. Such a loud voice was heard by Long Fei in an instant. "King of Sword Elves, my ancestor!" Rumble! With an explosive sound, Long Fei's body broke through the clouds. With an explosive sound, Long Fei's body broke through the clouds. Boom! Long Fei's body heavily descended, landing 100 meters away from King of Sword Elves. Both his eyes instantly locked onto King of Sword Elves, and looking at the half-tube of blood above his head, the corners of his eyes turned sinister as he said, "Release her." Lu Luoxi said excitedly, "Long Fei." Xianlai Mountain's expression immediately became anxious. Is this fellow a human or a monster? Long Wushan actually did not harm him at all? Holy sh*t. Isn't this Long Wushan too useless? Xianlai Mountain took a glance at the sky. Sky Gate was about to arrive. As long as he activated the Sky Gate, as long as there were people above, there was no need to worry. Immediately, the Xianlai Mountain idea moved, and sent a sound transmission to the King of Sword Elves. "Hold him, I'll go call someone." King of Sword Elves was originally scared, but now that Xianlai Mountain was going to call for people, he was even more scared because he was worried that Xianlai Mountain would abandon him. Who wouldn't think of themselves at this moment? In the face of death, who wouldn't be afraid? King of Sword Elves sent a sound transmission to him. "Master, don't abandon me, don't leave me." While they were talking, King of Sword Elves desperately flew to Xianlai Mountain's side. At this moment, Long Fei also moved, flying to the same height as them, and at the same time discovered Xianlai Mountain. Xianlai Mountain wanted nothing more than to kick King of Sword Elves to death. He clenched his teeth in anger, looked at Long Fei and said, "Long Fei, we are already at Sky Gate. You are in a hurry to escape now, if not, you will die here today." Long Fei didn't look at the Xianlai Mountain, but instead at Lu Luoxi. Seeing the blood and hair scattered around the corner of Lu Luoxi's mouth, his face turned pale and his heart hurt, saying, "Sorry for making you suffer." Lu Luoxi shook his head and said, "No, no." She couldn't help it. Tears began to roll down his cheek. She missed him every day for months. Every day, he would tell the child in his stomach about what happened in the gods' martial continent, and how powerful his father was. Now they had finally met. He was extremely happy and he thought to himself, "Baby, did you see it? He's your father." She didn't dare to say it out loud because King of Sword Elves and Xianlai Mountain didn't know that she had a child in her womb. Of course, Lu Luoxi also didn't know that Long Fei already knew that she was carrying his child inside her womb. Long Fei's eyes were filled with tears. He looked at King of Sword Elves and said, "Let go of her. I will spare your life." King of Sword Elves snorted and said, "Long Fei, do you think I'm stupid?" Long Fei said, "I, Long Fei, will keep my word. As long as you let her go, I will definitely not kill you." At this moment, Long Fei only wanted Lu Luoxi to be safe, because if there was a fight, he was afraid that Lu Luoxi and the child in his stomach would get hurt. King of Sword Elves coldly snorted and said, "You want me to let her go? Sure, then kneel down and beg me." Xianlai Mountain also looked at Long Fei. Long Fei's eyes darkened, his gaze became serious, his eyes became filled with killing intent, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Long Fei enunciated every single word. "You are you?" Each word was filled with killing intent. King of Sword Elves felt chills throughout his body, even his heart was trembling. Long Fei stared at Xianlai Mountain and said, "Let her go, otherwise you will also die. I killed Long Wushan. I, your disciple, can crush you to death with one hand, do you understand?" In terms of aura, Long Fei had completely suppressed Xianlai Mountain. His ancient dragon body power was gone. The dragon's soul was gone. All of his skills were gone too. Long Fei could now be said to be in the Emperor Swordsman realm, without any backing. let alone a Xianlai mountain of the Holy Moon State. Even an ordinary heavenly god realm powerhouse would be able to kill him. However, Xianlai Mountain did not know about his own being nailed to the dragon's soul by the nails for suppressing dragons, nor did he know about the system initialization. He could only try his best to act tough, and use this method to pressure the Xianlai Mountain. Xianlai Mountain was also shocked by Long Fei's aura. He swallowed his saliva, and was about to speak. King of Sword Elves was the first to speak. Master, he's scaring you. You are the divine powerhouse, he's just a mortal. How could he possibly be a match for you? His cultivation is the Emperor Swordsman rank, he is no match for you. King of Sword Elves was afraid that he would be sold. Once Xianlai Mountain asked him to hand over Luluashi, he would be finished. Xianlai Mountain's brows tightened and said, I naturally know this, is there a need for you to say it? Long Fei said coldly, Xianlai Mountain, do you know how Long Wushan died? You think you can die the same way I did? Long Fei suddenly took a step forward. Boom! The surrounding space trembled slightly. Xianlai Mountain was immediately scared and retreated a few steps, his face turned ugly. King of Sword Elves was so scared that his face turned pale. Long Fei said in a heavy voice, I'll give you one last chance. Let go of her and I'll spare your pathetic lives. Long Fei was very worried in his heart. If not for Luluashi, he would have killed the King of Sword Elves with a single punch. But he could not act rashly. If he accidentally hurt Luluashi a little bit. King of Sword Elves looked at Xianlai Mountain. Xianlai Mountain was also feeling scared in his heart. In his mind, he thought about the scene of Long Wushan's head exploding, and thought about how Emperor Xian's ancestor was unable to kill Long Fei even after a few times. He could not see through Long Fei. It was obvious that he only had the Emperor Swordsman rank, but the aura exuded from his body was even stronger than that of the Emperor Xian. Huff! Xianlai Mountain let out a light breath and said, Long Fei, you mean what you say? Long Fei was secretly happy in his heart. The Xianlai Mountain's psychological defenses had been breached, and he said, Of course. All right. Xianlai Mountain said to King of Sword Elves, Hand him over. The King of Sword Elves was unwilling to let go. Master, Long Fei is a villain, he will definitely not let us go. Have you forgotten what he said? Xianlai Mountain's forehead sank. Long Fei said, Right now I will keep my promise and release her, I will bring her away, and definitely will not make a move against you, but if you do not, then you too will immediately die. The air was filled with killing intent. Xianlai Mountain could not take it anymore and snatched Luluashi away from him. He said in a heavy voice, Should I make the decision, or should you make the decision? King of Sword Elves was caught off guard. He did not expect Xianlai Mountain to snatch Luluashi away. Now that the person was not in his hands, he started to worry. The Xianlai Mountain stared at Long Fei and said, Long Fei, I hope that you will keep your promise. I will give you the person, immediately bring her and leave this place. Long Fei said, Don't talk rubbish, hand the person over and I will leave immediately. King of Sword Elves shook his head and said, No, no. Xianlai Mountain didn't care about King of Sword Elves. He just wanted to let go of Luluashi. But right at this moment, rumble, 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 the sky gate suddenly opened up. Sky gate opened. Sky gate opened. No one had expected this to happen. Xianlai Mountain was the same. He too had a stupefied look on his face. Seeing the sky gate slowly opening up, his heart immediately changed. Long Fei didn't kill him. It would be too embarrassing to face Xian nationality like this. But if he gave it to Luluashi, who had the divine body, then he really wouldn't have the face to go back. Just now, he didn't have a choice, but now, it was different. The top of his head was only a few hundred meters above Sky Gate, and he would be able to reach such a height in a second. Even if Luluashi was included, he would be able to arrive within 2 seconds. It was extremely difficult for Long Fei to catch him in such a short period of time. For this, the corners of Xianlai Mountain's mouth raised slightly. When he was about to push Lu Luoxi away, he suddenly grabbed onto Lu Luoxi's hand tightly and looked at the Real Sky Gate that was opening up above him. He intentionally dragged out some time. Long Fei, how would I know if you would lie to me? I haven't read many books. What if you lie to me? Just in case, you should step back 10,000 meters. The King of Sword Elves' eyes glowed with excitement. When he saw the Sky Gate open it, he was filled with hope and became extremely excited. He said to the Xianlai Mountain in a low voice, "Master, the Sky Gate has opened. Is he a member of your family?" This was also what Xianlai Mountain wanted to know. This was also the reason why he did not immediately bring Lu Luoxi to escape. He wanted to wait until the Sky Gate was fully opened. He wanted to know who was up there, whether they were people from the Xians or from other families. However, as long as he revealed his identity, no one in the ancient family of the divine space would dare to offend him, and they would definitely help. With Long Fei being wanted by the master, who wouldn't want to kill him? Steady, Xianlai Mountain said with a deep voice. He was extremely happy in his heart. In this situation, he was sure to win. Similarly, Long Fei also noticed the sudden activation of the Sky Gate, and understood that the Xianlai Mountain was stalling for time to wait for reinforcements. Without the dragon soul, it was impossible for the power of the ancient dragon body to win against the Xianlai Mountain, and if there were any more helpers from the Xians, he would definitely not be his match. He had no one to rely on now. God's Pavilion was unable to help. Even Long Quang couldn't help. None of the things inside his space ring could be used right now. As long as Xianlai Mountain's help came, his confidence would immediately change, and at that time, Long Fei's pressure would not be able to suppress him. At that time, Long Fei's eyes became cold, and he said coldly, "I gave you guys a chance. Since you don't know how to cherish it, then all of you can go and die." Suddenly, Long Fei moved and released 10 million holy source points in an instant. It was as if a faint blue flame was burning on his body. Its aura was exceptionally frightening. Even the King of Sword Elves was scared silly, and continued to retreat. Xianlai Mountain was also stunned. He had never seen such a strong qi before. What the hell was this? No one had ever burned 10 million holy source points like Long Fei. This was too scary. They were completely terrified by Long Fei. Xianlai Mountain continued, "If you have something to say, just say it. I didn't say that I won't let her go. Brother, don't be angry. Don't be angry, I'll immediately release it." "Can't I release it immediately?" Xianlai Mountain spoke as he looked at the Sky Gate above him. Suddenly, a voice came from the Sky Gate. This voice was like chicken blood being poured into Xianlai Mountain's body, immediately making his blood boil. "Young Master Lai Mountain, you're back. Call him Young Master Lai Mountain?" That meant, the one who had opened the Sky Gate was none other than the person of the Xians. Those who had the qualifications and the ability to open the Sky Gate were, at the very least, disciples or elders who possessed direct blood veins. It was not hard to tell from the voice that he was not a direct descendant of the blood vein, but an elder. At this moment, Xianlai Mountain started to boil up. He looked at the sky and shouted, "Quick, quick, Long Fei is down there." The disciple did not immediately react. The disciples around him were the same. I don't know what Xianlai Mountain is trying to say right now. At the same time, Xianlai Mountain held on to Lu Luoxi tightly with both of his hands as he flew towards Sky Gate, laughing loudly. "Ha ha ha! Kid, you're going to die soon. The people from my Xians are already here. You think you can fight me? You think you're worthy? Is she your woman? Tonight, I will make her my plaything." "Ha ha ha!" Xianlai Mountain laughed crazily. At this moment, he felt that he had won. A large number of Xians immediately rushed down to take Long Fei's life. "Fight with me! The person who killed me? Today is the day you die. Xianlai Mountain's face was flushed red and he was extremely excited. At this moment, King of Sword Elves used all his strength to follow by his side. Only Xianlai Mountain could bring him into the divine space. If he did not go up, he would definitely be killed by Long Fei. He didn't want to die yet. King of Sword Elves was a smart person. He knew very well what he should do. Xianlai Mountain was excited. He was also excited, and started laughing sinisterly. Long Fei, you dog, you humiliated this old man? Today is the day you die, ha ha ha. Just wait for your death. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Xianlai Mountain's laughter stopped abruptly. He looked at the space where Long Fei was floating and suddenly asked, "Where is he?" King of Sword Elves frowned. They were there just now. Why did they disappear all of a sudden? Are you looking for me? A cold voice came from the top of their heads. Who else could it be other than Long Fei? Long Fei floated above their heads, his eyes like the Grim Reaper staring at the two of them. In that instant, Xianlai Mountain and King of Sword Elves looked as if they had fallen into a bottomless abyss as their faces became incomparably pale. Xianlai Mountain immediately said, "Big brother, I was just joking. Really, I will immediately release your woman. Play it right away, play it right away." He was extremely furious in his heart. He even wanted to curse at the rice pails of the Sky Gate. Do you not remember who this group of trash Long Fei is? Rice bucket. Rice bucket. Xianlai Mountain laughed and was about to let go of Lu Luoxi. He suddenly flipped his hand. He immediately grabbed King of Sword Elves and pushed him hard towards Long Fei, shouting, "Go to hell." After finishing all these, Xianlai Mountain used all his strength to madly charge forward. King of Sword Elves was not on guard at all. He would be pushed towards Long Fei by Xianlai Mountain at this time. His cultivation was not even worth mentioning in front of him. The powerful strength of the divine moon realm poured into his body, and he shot out like a cannonball. "Master! Save me!" Long Fei was infuriated beyond compare. He grabbed the head of the King of Sword Elves and squeezed it hard. Bam! King of Sword Elves' body immediately exploded. At the same time, the system sounded out. Under his fury, Long Fei used his full strength. They simply did not give the King of Sword Elves any chance to struggle. No skills. However, he was of the Emperor Swordsman realm, and could destroy King of Sword Elves with his bare strength. Thus, with one hand, he crushed King of Sword Elves' body. The wound on King of Sword Elves' head immediately turned into 0. The system beep rang. Ding! System notification. Do you wish to release Berserk energy? The system beeps were not unfamiliar to Long Fei. King of Sword Elves was not a boss, nor was he an elite monster. Furthermore, his cultivation was not even as high as Long Fei's, so it was impossible for a monster like this to pop up. Long Fei did not bother about it. During his time in the ancient world, he had always used the comprehension of the heaven and earth holy source to cultivate, and did not rely on the system. Adding on to that, he did not know much about the striking system that had just been initialized. Thus, as such, he did not care about killing the King of Sword Elves, nor did he care about any system notifications, nor did he study the Berserk energy. There was only one thing on his mind. That was to save Lu Luoxi. After killing King of Sword Elves, Long Fei moved like lightning towards Xianlai Mountain. When Xianlai Mountain saw that his King of Sword Elves had exploded, he became even more anxious, but he was almost at the Sky Gate. He immediately shouted at the Sky Gate, "Save me, quickly, save me! Save me! Stop him, save me! Hurry up and save me!" He was extremely afraid that if Long Fei managed to catch up, he would be crushed like a King of Sword Elves. The few disciples on the Sky Gate were also a little dumbfounded. Is young Master Lai Mountain playing? You're being chased by a mortal, and you still want to call for help? Should we save him or not? Young Master Lai Mountain is definitely playing around with us. It's just a mere Emperor Swordsman rank mortal. Young Master Lai Mountain can squash him with one finger. Do you need us to help him? That's true. Oh right. Do you know who the Long Fei that young Master Lai Mountain young master was talking about just now is? Why does this name feel a little familiar, as if I've heard it before? I also have this familiar feeling, but I can't remember where I've heard it before. The elder is about to arrive, he must know. The 4 Xian nationality disciples thought that the Xianlai Mountain was joking with them. He did not rush to help at the first moment. The Xianlai Mountain was a cultivator of the Holy Moon State, so he was like a god in front of mortals. He still wanted to ask for help? How is that possible? They had no idea how scared the Xianlai Mountain was right now. At this moment, Xianlai Mountain wanted to kill all 4 of their disciples. He kept shouting and the 4 of them just ignored him. He was so angry that smoke was coming out from the top of his head. Are the 4 of you idiots? Come and save me. Did you hear that? Save me. When the flames rose up by Tenjiang, Xianlai Mountain's pupils became scarlet. If his eyes could devour a person, then these 4 people would have already been devoured by him. The 4 of them also realized that the Xianlai Mountain didn't seem like he was playing around. Immediately, the expressions of the 4 people became cold as they exclaimed, "Young Master Lai Mountain doesn't seem to be playing around. He's really asking for help." The 4 of them looked at each other. Yi Zichen's expression immediately changed. "Young Master Lai Mountain, I'll save you. I'm here. A mere mortal dares to provoke my Xian nationality. I think you must be tired of living." The 4 of them were about to charge down. Xianlai Mountain shouted again, "Quick, quick, close Sky Gate." He was about to rush in. As long as he rushed in and blocked Long Fei outside of Sky Gate, he would absolutely be safe. The 4 of them were surprised. "As you command." He immediately took out a medallion which contained the power of the Xian nationality. Under the control of his energy, the Sky Gate slowly closed its doors. Xianlai Mountain became excited. "Ha ha ha! You dog, you want to kill me? I will enter the divine space immediately." Ha ha ha! He was only a few meters away from Sky Gate. Long Fei had thought that killing off King of Sword Elves had delayed him for a second. It was impossible for him to catch up to Xianlai Mountain at this distance of a few meters. However, Long Fei was clear of this as well. He couldn't catch up to the Xianlai Mountain. However, he had to be saved. The only way was to rush into the divine space. Seeing that half of Xianlai Mountain's body had already entered the Sky Gate, Long Fei did not give up, and let out a loud roar. Boom! In an instant, another 10 million holy source points exploded. All the holy source were used on speed. Bam! Xianlai Mountain rushed into the Sky Gate and excitedly laughed. "Ha ha! You dog, you won't be able to catch up. Ha ha ha! Quick, quick, quickly close the door." Lu Luoxi struggled crazily, but she could not do anything under the pressure of the Divine Moon Realm's power. "Long Fei, save me! Save me!" Lu Luoxi also shouted for help. Her own life didn't matter. She just wanted to keep the child alive. Xianlai Mountain laughed sinisterly. "Save you? Ha ha ha! Little beauty, no one can save you. I'll deal with you tonight. Then, I'll give it to Master for him to cultivate." Ha ha ha! He was extremely excited. After entering the divine space, he would be the king. Because he was the direct disciple of the Xians. In the entire divine space, who among the ancient families would dare to challenge the Xians? There is no such family yet. Boom! The Sky Gate suddenly closed up. Xianlai Mountain laughed even more heartily. Ha ha ha! Ha ha! While he was laughing maniacally, his back suddenly turned cold. Xianlai Mountain's pupils tightened as his eyeballs looked behind him. There was a real person behind him. Long Fei. The moment Sky Gate closed it, Long Fei rushed in with all his strength. Huff, huff, huff. Long Fei's breathing was incredibly rough, as his anger burned. He stared at the back of Xianlai Mountain's head gloomily and said, "Laugh, keep laughing." Xianlai Mountain suddenly became impotent, his body began to tremble, he did not dare to move recklessly. Brother, I was wrong. He did not dare to move. However, but those four Xians were different. Who was Long Fei in their eyes? Mortal. An ant. A lowly and low person. This kind of person had no right to speak to the people from the Xians. To dare speak to the direct son of the Xian nationality in such a manner was equivalent to courting death. Instantly, the four of them took a step forward, and the pressure from the god's state pressured forward. Boom! Long Fei's body could not take it and almost fell to the ground. His face instantly turned pale. Lu Luoxi cried out in alarm, "Long Fei!" His cultivation was only at the Emperor's swordsman. After losing the power of the dragon soul, he was now an ordinary expert of the Emperor's swordsman realm, simply not a match for the god's powerhouse. When Xianlai Mountain saw Long Fei being crushed, the corners of his mouth curled up as he laughed. "You dog, continue being crazy for lousy. Your father wants your life now." At the same time, the prompt in Long Fei's mind repeated itself. Ding! System notification. Releasing berserk energy. Long Fei was also agitated by the system beep. He shouted fiercely, "Releasing it, let me see what kind of ghosts you can unleash." Being stomped on by the four of them, Long Fei was already very unhappy, but the system beep still continued to ring non-stop. Being stomped on by the four of them, Long Fei was already very unhappy, but the system beep still continued to ring non-stop. Really irritable. In his rage, Long Fei shouted out, "Release, release, release!" He did not hold out hope. What kind of treasure could a monster that did not even have a Emperor's swordsman rank drop? So what if it dropped? Can you help him? Long Fei did not take this system beep seriously at all. Accompanied by Long Fei's command, the system beep resounded once again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing King of Sword Elves for obtaining 1900 experience, 1000 holy source points, and 1 striking value point. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for releasing striking energy value, for obtaining the berserk item God's Chop. Do you wish to cultivate it? After the two beeps ended, there were no more beep. Long Fei did not think much of it in the first place, but after the system beep was done, he was stunned. Striking energy value? Berserk item? God's Chop? Skills. Holy **T. This. Isn't that a bit too much? Long Fei was very confused. Because of the memory seal, he did not know the function of the berserk value. He could not remember the matter of the toad, exploding the divine skill, toading skill, and the phoenix blood vein. What was violent energy? It was to increase the original drop rate by 10,000 times. This didn't refer to the number of items dropped, but to increase the attributes of the items dropped by 10,000 times. This was berserk. Check the skills. Long Fei moved his idea and the God's Chop attribute immediately appeared on the system. Skills. God's Chop grade. Pax class proficiency. 0/1000000 cooldown. 24 hours consumption. 10 million holy source points. Basic consumption. Description. Ultimate skill description 2. This skill is considered an in-skill skill in the player's level plus 10 range, ignoring all defenses. Description 3. This skill has a consecutive slash effect. A 1/kill will immediately end the cooldown, and the second slash will increase the energy consumed by the spiritual academy. When the player possesses an unlimited number of holy source, this skill can be consecutive slash. A series of attributes were displayed. When he saw these attributes, Long Fei was truly stunned. The heck? Isn't this too abnormal? Pax rank skill. Turtle. Long Fei's excited mood could not calm down for a long time. This technique is really a bit too abnormal. Is this a berserk energy? This is abnormal energy. However, I like it, ha ha. And then, Long Fei clicked on God's Chop and said, Cultivate. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully cultivating God's Chop. It was also at this time. The four of them stood in front of Long Fei and said with fierce scorn, Even a lowly person like you dares to insult young Master Lai Mountain? You're courting death. A mere dregs of the Emperor Swordsman rank dares to be so impudent in the divine space. It is not that you are tired of living, but you have become foolish from living. Young Master Lai Shan, I will let him die as much as you want. The aura on Long Fei's body was that of the Sword Emperor. They did not know that the power Long Fei had exploded out from below just now. To them, Long Fei was not even able to withstand a single blow. Xianlai Mountain felt it was strange when he saw Long Fei being crushed by four people. Even two Divine Moon Realm powerhouse could not crush him. Even Long Wushan had been killed by him, so how could he suddenly become so weak after entering the divine space? Not able to adapt to the soil and water? Or were the laws of the plane different? He was confused. However, when he saw how Long Fei and the other three were crushing them so hard that they couldn't even straighten their backs, he knew that Long Fei wasn't faking it. Thinking of this, the corner of Xianlai Mountain's mouth curled up as he laughed coldly. You dog, you have such a day? Without a second word, the might of the Divine Moon Realm burst out like a flood towards Long Fei. It was as if the mountains and seas were toppled. The Emperor Swordsman rank could not withstand the pressure of the Divine Moon Realm at all. Facing such a powerful pressure, Long Fei didn't just sit there and wait for death. Instead, he forcibly straightened his body, as the corners of his mouth similarly hooked up coldly. Heh heh. He smiled evilly. And then, he moved his idea and directly took out his Dong Huang sword and thrashed it. There was a bare sword hilt, no blade. The four of them immediately burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! Are you a tease? Is he here to be funny? What the heck is this? Long Fei's gaze locked onto a person. At the same time, the cultivation level of the disciple was displayed in the system in his mind. Third level of the Empyrean God level. Within an instant. System notification. Release target? Long Fei immediately replied, Yes. Ding. Target locked. Long Fei was slightly moved and roared out in his heart, God's Chop. Rumble. Both of his hands grabbed onto the hilt of his sword, and slashed down at a Xian nationality disciple. The Xian nationality disciple continued to laugh as he leaned back and forth. You really scared me to death, I'm so scared, are you trying to kill me? Ha ha ha! The other three laughed as well. Because Long Fei's actions were too comical. A bare hilt can kill a person? However, just as they were laughing at him, a light flashed. Kacha bang! The disciple who was locked on to instantly split into two, and the bloody groove above his head also went straight to the bottom. Seconds. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Xian nationality disciple, for obtaining 100,000 experience, holy source points x 10,000, and striking value x1. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining advanced holy source pellet. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently, you are level 1 God of Heaven. Boom! The injuries on Long Fei's body completely healed. Health point overflowing. The value of the holy source rose to full. However, striking energy value was not fully recovered just because of level increase, but accumulated through killing monsters bit by bit. Release your striking energy value. Long Fei still needed to go berserk once, and the berserk of the god's chop made him very comfortable. However, when the system reminded him that his striking energy value was insufficient, he only noticed that 100 points of striking value could only be used once. 100 points to activate? Rub. Then I have to activate berserk mode. Long Fei did not stop after one of the Xian nationality's disciples fell. He knew the god's chop's consecutive slashes attribute. He had to react within a second, or else he would enter a 24-hour cooldown. At that time, he would be just fine. He couldn't do it either. And then, Long Fei's eyes flashed, and immediately locked onto the other person. God's chop. With the second slash, 20 million holy source points were used up. A ray of light slashed down. The body of another Xian nationality disciple was split into two. Instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Xian nationality disciple, for obtaining 100,000 experience, holy source points x 10,000, and striking value x1. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently at the second level of the God of Heaven rank. Again. After leveling up another level, Long Fei's personal state had once again returned to its peak. After leveling up another level, Long Fei's personal state had once again returned to its peak. Holy source value fully recovered. Without saying a word, Long Fei locked onto another person. Kill! 40 million holy source points have been used up. A ray of light slashed down heavily. The Xian nationality disciple also did not have any reaction, and was directly split into two. Instant kill. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Xian nationality disciple, for obtaining 100,000 experience, holy source points x 10,000, and striking value x1. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level. Sky God third pin. He leveled up again. This feeling was simply too refreshing. He had killed 3 people in a row. Xianlai Mountain, who had already risen in power, instantly shrunk like a frosted eggplant, and the divine moon pressure that was being released completely dissipated. The fear in his heart once again filled his entire body. With one hand, he tightly held on to Luluashi and said with a heavy voice, "Tell him to stop, quickly! Tell him to stop!" He was going crazy. Every time he was about to rise up, Long Fei would erupt. "Are you still letting him live? Can't you play?" Was about to be played to death by Long Fei. Luluashi said, "Are you afraid? No one will meet a good end if you provoke him. You don't even know who he is, nor do you know his character, nor do you know where he came from. When he treats his enemies, he must kill them. No one can hide from me, your master is the same." Luluashi knew everything about Long Fei. He walked step by step from a small, lower plane to here. No. It was more accurate to say that they had killed their way here. Any stumbling block would be stepped on by him. Any obstacle he could cross. Luluashi had thought that Long Fei would be crushed, but he did not. He was always able to find a way out of a desperate situation. This was the place that she was the most infatuated with Long Fei. No matter what the difficulties were, he could deal with them. Not afraid of the heavens, not afraid of the earth. His world was fearless. Xianlai Mountain said solemnly, "Stop talking rubbish with me, hurry up and make him stop or else I will kill you." Luluashi laughed. "Even if you kill me, you won't be able to live either." At this moment, Long Fei's gaze turned as he stared straight at Xianlai Mountain. After killing 3 times in a row, he had a basic understanding of God's chop. It was just like how the skills described, he could instantly kill a person below level 10. He had killed 3 people in a row, raising them by 3 levels in a row. His cultivation was already at the 3rd stage of the God of Heaven. According to his technique, he should be able to kill Powerhouse at the 3rd stage of the Divine Moon realm. What realm was the Xianlai Mountain at? Long Fei stared at the Xianlai Mountain, and the Xianlai Mountain's attribute immediately appeared in the system, however. It was a name. Level? Skills? Ding. System notification. Target level exceeds level 10 and cannot be locked onto. Please choose a different target. I can't lock on. Long Fei's heart tensed up. His cultivation is higher than the third stage of the Divine Moon Realm. If that's the case, I'll deal with you later. Long Fei bellowed as he stared at the last Xian nationality disciple. The Xian nationality disciple was already scared to the point of peeing. His legs were trembling, and he had even forgotten to run away. He looked at Long Fei as if he was looking at a death god as he shook his head and said, Don't kill me, don't kill me. Ding. Target locked. Long Fei did not hesitate and directly attacked. There was a limit to how long a combo could last. If he didn't attack at this time, it would be equivalent to a normal cooldown. It would take 24 hours. Lu Luoxi was still in the hands of the Xianlai Mountain, and he would not give up just like that. Kill. Long Fei said in a heavy voice. In the end, that Xian nationality disciple exploded with an incomparably powerful strength, transforming into speed as he madly ran away. It could be said that he had used all of his strength. Within a breath's time, he was already 10,000 meters away. Their speed was astonishing. Turning his head back to look at the distant Long Fei, he laughed excitedly. Ha ha. Ha ha. I didn't die. Ha ha. He was glad that he had survived. Long Fei also frowned. Could it be that God's chop can avoid it? I clearly slashed it out just now, and my holy source value was also consumed. If that's the case. Not waiting for him to finish. Rumble. From afar, a ray of light pierced the sky and the Xian nationality disciple's body was sliced into two. He could see the bottom of the gash on the top of his head. Instant kill. Long Fei's eyes lit up as he exclaimed in excitement, I knew it! How is it possible for the targeted person to escape? Ha ha ha! The system sounded out. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Xian nationality disciple, for obtaining 100,000 experience, 10,000 holy source points, and 1 striking value. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining high-grade holy source pellet. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Current level, deity level, 4. Another instant kill, another upgrade. After killing 4 people consecutively, Long Fei was now at the 4th level of the Heavenly God stage. Long Fei turned around, and his gaze immediately locked onto Xianlai Mountain as the corner of his mouth rose slightly, and he said coldly, It's your turn. Xianlai Mountain's body immediately trembled. He grabbed the back of Lu Luoxi's neck with one hand and hid behind Lu Luoxi, while saying in a heavy voice, Long Fei, this is the divine space and this is Xian's territory. It's best if you don't do anything reckless. Did you hear that? If you kill me, I will also kill her immediately. Lu Luoxi said, Long Fei, don't worry about me. Shut up. Xianlai Mountain snorted and said, She's your woman, you wouldn't want anything to happen to her, right? Long Fei, I know how powerful you are, but before you kill me, I definitely have enough time to kill her. Xianlai Mountain was panicking. Originally, Lu Luoxi had a child in her womb that was physically weaker, making her almost unable to breathe in the face of this kind of pressure. However, she still allowed Long Fei to make his move. Don't worry about me. Don't. Long Fei's brows tightened. The idea moved and immediately locked onto Xianlai Mountain. Objective: Xianlai Mountain level. Mystic Moon 4th rank. The level was out. When Long Fei was at the 3rd stage of the God of Heaven, his level was still hidden. Long Fei had leveled up to the 4th stage of the God of Heaven realm, which coincidentally meant that his Xianlai Mountain was at the 4th stage of the Divine Moon realm. In other words, he had entered the area of an instant kill. Threatening your father? I'll let you know the consequences of threatening me. Long Fei's face turned sinister as he locked onto Xianlai Mountain. Ding! Target locked. As Long Fei gave the order, the god's chop would attack. Xianlai Mountain had nowhere to hide. After locking onto the target, Long Fei didn't hesitate in the slightest as he said to Lu Luoxi, "Luoxi, close your eyes for a moment." Xianlai Mountain roared loudly, "Long Fei, you dare? Kill!" Long Fei shouted in anger. At this moment, the system sounded out. Ding! System notification. The holy source is low. Ding! Ding! System notification. The holy source is low. Suddenly hearing the notification sound, Long Fei's entire body froze. He did not move an inch. Slashing 10 million holy source points in one go. 20 chops down 20 million holy source points. 3 slashes of 40 million holy source points. 4 slashes on 80 million holy source points. 5 slashes. That would require 160 million holy source points. Long Fei was now at the 4th stage of the God of Heaven, so the value of his spiritual academy had just exceeded 80 million, thus, the value of the holy source was insufficient. It was not insufficient. Rather, it was rather insufficient, lacking a total of half of it. Without the support of the holy source, it meant that Long Fei could no longer continue his attack. Holy **T. Long Fei became angry in his heart and was extremely unhappy. What exactly do I need to do? It just so happened that he could instantly kill Xianlai Mountain and save Lu Luoxi. But now, the value of the holy source was not enough. Huff! Long Fei calmed himself down and maintained his composure on the surface, but he did not show it to the Xianlai Mountain. He could not let the Xianlai Mountain see through him. Buzz! Long Fei fiercely retracted the hand that was grabbing the sword hilt, returned the sword hilt to its sheath, looked at Xianlai Mountain with an extremely overbearing manner, and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Remember, this is also your only chance. If you don't let go, you'll be split in half like them in the next second." Long Fei's tone was laced with killing intent. As they spoke, they walked towards the Xianlai Mountain step by step. His aura was absolutely arrogant and domineering. His eyes were full of contempt as well. Killing you is the same as them. One move is enough, and you have nowhere to hide. Let her go. You can live. If you struggle any longer, you'll die. Long Fei continued to exert pressure on the Xianlai Mountain. Xianlai Mountain's body also unceasingly trembled. He was really scared. Watching Long Fei close in step by step, it was as if the god of death was walking towards him. Xianlai Mountain firmly hid behind Lu Luoxi and said, "Don't come over, don't come over." Boom! The energy around Long Fei's body formed and resonated, causing his voice to become louder. "Still struggling, right? Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish." His aura became even more threatening. Xianlai Mountain almost kneeled on the ground. He gulped a few mouthfuls of saliva down and said, Don't. I let her go. Make sure you don't kill me. You have to promise not to kill me." Long Fei gave a cold laugh and said, "A lowly and weak person like you is not qualified to die by my hands." Xianlai Mountain hated Long Fei a lot in his heart, but fear had taken over his heart. He had no other choice. In order to survive, he could only listen to Long Fei's orders. The hand holding Lu Luoxi's hand slowly loosened. Lu Luoxi also suddenly struggled, and immediately pounced towards Long Fei. Long Fei was secretly happy. The boulder in his heart was lifted. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Rumble! 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 Explosions rang out one after another. The dark clouds gathered as a figure descended, releasing a boundless pressure. Long Fei could not take it anymore. His body sank, and he almost knelt down. He was barely able to hold on. However, Lu Luoxi was unable to withstand this pressure. Furthermore, after entering the divine space, she used all her power to protect the child in her stomach. Facing such a powerful pressure, she fell to the ground with a mouthful of blood flowing out of her mouth. Seeing Lu Luoxi heavily injured, Long Fei roared madly like an angry lion. Ah! He dressed like a Taoist and stood right beside Xianlai Mountain. He stared at Long Fei and shouted, "You overestimate your capabilities! Kneel!" He waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. Rumble! 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 Long Fei's mind seemed to be pressed down by 100,000 mountains. He could not even breathe. All the strength in his body was firmly suppressed. His body continued to bend. His legs were trembling. Long Fei's face was also exceptionally pale. This pressure was specifically aimed at Long Fei, and seeing Long Fei like this, Lu Luoxi couldn't help but cry bitterly, "Long Fei! No! Don't kill him! Don't kill him, I beg you!" Lu Luoxi crawled up from the ground and knelt down, then kowtowed to the Taoist. This scene. Suddenly, a memory fragment appeared in Long Fei's mind. Other than the location being different, the rest of the scene was very imaginative. Lu Luoxi knelt on the ground in order to save him. It was shockingly similar. Long Fei tightly clenched his fists, and kept on using his strength to resist the strong pressure, but, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't straighten his back. Ah! Long Fei seemed to have gone crazy. "Luoxi, get up, get up!" The Taoist looked at Xianlai Mountain and said slightly, "He is Long Fei?" Xianlai Mountain immediately nodded and said, in reply to Sky Sovereign, "He is Long Fei, the person who placed the bounty on Master." The corner of the Taoist's mouth curled up slightly and revealed a satisfied smile. He then looked at Lu Luoxi and said, "Bring her back, no one will know what happened just now." Xianlai Mountain opened his eyes and immediately said, "Thank you, Sky Sovereign." He was not stupid, so he naturally knew what the Taoist man had just seen. He was weak. Moreover, he also understood that the Taoist wanted to take Long Fei's head off by himself. He wanted to enjoy the master's reward alone. For an elder who was just like a Xian nationality, the disciple would not dare to be presumptuous in front of him because he possessed a direct descendant blood vein, but in front of this Taoist, he did not dare to act too rashly. Forget about this Taoist. He was also the #1 heavenly sovereign of Xian nationality. He was one of the 3 great sky sovereigns of Xian nationality. Even if it was a senior elder of Xian nationality who saw him, he would have to be courteous to him. He was of the same generation as Xian nationality. People called him immortal, undead lord, an existence that was like an old monster. Xianlai Mountain quickly walked in front of Lu Luoxi. Looking at Long Fei's bent body, he sneered and said, "You dog, just wait for your death." Ha ha ha! While they were talking, he grabbed Lu Luoxi and lifted her up. Long Fei howled, "F*ck your ancestor." Xianlai Mountain laughed coldly and said, "Long Fei, just wait here for your death, ha ha ha. I'll enjoy your woman first." Ha ha ha! Undead Lord coldly said, "Why aren't you leaving yet?" Xianlai Mountain did not dare to stay any longer. He grabbed Lu Luoxi and quickly flew out. Long Fei struggled desperately, but his body seemed to have been nailed down, unable to move at all. He could only watch as his woman was taken away. The pain was indescribable. Undead Lord stared at Long Fei and said indifferently, "There is a rumor that you are Long Baishan's reincarnation. I really want to know what kind of power is hidden in your body." Everyone yearned to become stronger. Everyone yearned to become stronger. Everyone wanted to gain more power. Long Batian was a legend in the ancient world. Even if 1,000,000,000,000 years had passed, no one would forget about Long Batian. Because, in the eyes of many in the ancient world, Long Batian was the #1 overlord, and also the strongest overlord. Even if the Xian nationality controlled the entire ancient world and Emperor Xian became the #1 powerhouse, in their hearts, the position of the Emperor Xian was not even close to Long Batian's. Only after so many years had passed could Long Batian be considered to be the absolute hegemon. Long Batian did not rely on any foreign forces to establish the Dragon Clan and destroy all of the ancient clans in the ancient world. Anyone who refused to accept this outcome would be knocked down. Not even that. Long Batian led the Dragon Clan and resisted the invasion from the other realms. To be able to compete with outer space powerhouse, this was the true hegemon of the kingdom. In the eyes of many, Long Batian was even more of a hero. With Long Batian's death, the ancient world entered into an era where demons were wreaking havoc. The rise of Ming Clan. The great battle between the Xianming tribe and the Xianming tribe. The rapid fall of the Ming clan. Whether it was the mortal world, the universal realm, or even those small planes, they all had the power of the Xian nationality. This was completely different from the dragon race back then. On the surface, he was trying to reinforce his own position, but many people knew that the Emperor Xian was scared. He was afraid of Long Batian's return. Both the Emperor Xian and the Xian nationality were like ants when Long Batian was still alive. Long Batian had been suppressed by the outer world god stone and had his body buried in the abyss of the Ashura. He had never been to the Ashura anywhere, however he had never been to the Ashura abyss. Everyone knew that the Emperor Xian was afraid of Long Batian. Legends of Long Batian also surfaced one after another. Some said that Long Batian did not die, and instead went to another world. Some people said that Long Batian had offended the heavens, and was suppressed by a stone in the Ashura's abyss. Whoever could pick up that stone, Long Batian could return. Some people even said that it was the Long Batian suppressed by the outer space powerhouse. However, the most common legend was that Long Batian had summoned his own divine stone and suppressed his own body, so that he could wait for his soul to be reborn. Moreover, his dragon soul contained an incomparably strong power. Whoever could obtain this power could become the strongest overlord of the ancient world. Everyone wanted to obtain Long Batian's strength. Long Wuxian wanted it. Undead Lord also wanted it. As for the Emperor Xian's reward, to an old monster like the Undead Lord, he did not care at all. What he wanted was another breakthrough. Thus, when he discovered Long Fei, he immediately rushed over. Legend has it that Long Batian's power is hidden within his dragon soul, is that right? Undead Lord slowly walked to Long Fei's side. It's your sister. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Long Fei could not move, but his heart secretly tensed up. No wonder Long Wuxian wanted to take the dragon's soul in my sea of consciousness. The dragon's soul contains Long Batian's power? Ancient dragon body? If it's this kind of power, it shouldn't pique the interest of these old freaks, right? Long Fei couldn't understand. She asked Long Guangdao in her heart, "Do you know what kind of power is hidden in the dragon soul?" Dragon Quang truly helped Long Fei think of a way to survive. Hearing Long Fei's question, he replied, "I don't know, Master has never mentioned it." Long Fei snickered in his heart. Perhaps this is where Long Batian's brilliance lies. However, even if there is a hidden power that can destroy the heaven and earth, it has nothing to do with me anymore. His dragon soul had already been taken out by Long Wuxian. Moreover, Long Wuxian's corpse had also been devoured by the purple dragon. The fact that his dragon soul had been extracted was something that probably no one knew about. When he thought about how the purple dragon was about to devour Long Wuxian's body, the space between Long Fei's eyebrows tightened up. Damn. Could this step also be Long Batian's chess piece? If that's the case. Long Batian, oh Long Batian, you are truly amazing. Long Wuxian had died, but the purple dragon was still alive. The dragon's soul was also in a special bottle on Long Wuxian's body. The purple dragon was arranged by Long Batian. Then, The dragon soul then returned to Long Baishan's body. If so, Long Fei felt that his brain was no longer sufficient. If everything is as I guessed, then what is the purpose of setting up such an astonishing game? Does everything have a purpose? What is your purpose? Resumed Dragon Soul? To escape from these trillions of years? Or for some other purpose? Long Fei couldn't think of anything. However, it was useless to think about it. He couldn't even preserve his own life right now, not even his own woman. Perhaps, all this time, I was only able to survive because of Long Batian, right? Now that my dragon soul is gone, this chess piece of mine is no longer of any value. Long Fei laughed bitterly in his heart. He smiled bitterly with a hint of unwillingness. Undead Lord circled around Long Fei and said thoughtfully, "You don't have anything special about you. Long Batian hid his strength too deeply? Let me take a look." As soon as he finished, Undead Lord suddenly grabbed Long Fei's right hand, causing the idea to move. Boom! Long Fei felt as if his body was electrocuted. A numbing force from his right hand gushed into his sea of consciousness. That feeling was like a steel needle that pierced into his brain. Ah! Long Fei was in so much pain that her eyeballs were about to pop out. It was just that. In an instant, Undead Lord's gaze tensed up and his expression suddenly changed. It's empty. Such an unbearable sea of consciousness, it's simply unable to contain the dragon's soul. Not Long Baishan's reincarnation? Are you really Long Fei? Undead Lord looked at Long Fei with doubt. He was extremely suspicious, because Long Fei did not have the slightest bit of dragon chi on his body. Long Fei said, "I am called Long Fei, but I am not Long Baishan's reincarnation." With a slight movement of the Undead Lord's finger, it pierced through the center of Long Fei's palm. Blood gushed out. Long Fei gritted his teeth in pain. Whether or not it is the blood of a dragon can explain everything. Undead Lord touched the blood on Long Fei's palm and sucked it. Half a second later, his gaze changed again. How is this possible? Is there really a mistake? That's impossible. Your blood is just ordinary blood. Not to mention the dragon clan, even the strength contained in normal beast blood is stronger than yours. You are a complete piece of trash. But Undead Lord was even more surprised. Similarly, Long Fei was also definitely surprised. His blood clearly contained an incomparably powerful strength. Could it be that it had also disappeared along with the dragon soul? F***CK. Undead Lord stared at Long Fei. He did not give up. I don't believe it. At this moment, he grabbed towards Long Fei's abdomen with one hand, as if he was a test subject. I want to see your pubes. Long Fei's eyes darkened and he exclaimed in his heart, "We're finished. It's over. It's over." Long Fei's mind sank. The Undead Lord grabbing onto his abdomen would not be able to take it. Even if he could, his pubes would probably shatter. Even if the pubes did not break, then his star relate to Dantian would probably be known by him. Even an ancient being like the God's Pavilion said that Long Fei was extremely powerful. If the Undead Lord found out, he would probably not let this matter go. His life was already in someone else's hands. Long Fei couldn't do anything now. He could only watch as Undead Lord attacked. He really was too strong. Long Fei was no match for him. However, Long Fei was unwilling. He clenched his fists tightly. "If you can't kill me today, I'll definitely kill you next time." Undead Lord laughed coldly, completely disregarding Long Fei. In his eyes, Long Fei was like an ant. His hand directly pressed onto Long Fei's abdomen. In that moment, Long Fei's abdomen caved in, and a huge force immediately surged out from Undead Lord's hands, like a red-hot piece of iron. His entire abdomen seemed to be burning. After sticking to the position of the pubes, Undead Lord's fingers suddenly grabbed, as if his fingers had no nails. The power of his fingers pierced into the location of the pubes. At this moment, Long Fei was in so much pain that he couldn't even let out a sound. He couldn't struggle. He couldn't even make a sound from the pain. The pubes felt like 5 needles were stabbing down. Since they couldn't find Long Fei in Long Fei's sea of consciousness, coupled with the fact that Long Fei didn't have the aura of a dragon, the undead lord was about to give up. He thought that Long Fei was not Long Baishan's reincarnation. However, when his power flowed into Long Fei's pubes, it was as if his body had been electrocuted. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. Your pubes. How is this possible? No. Absolutely impossible. Isn't this too magical? What he felt was not the pubes, but a boundless and boundless space. The space was suffused with starlight, as if it was a sky, a world. It was not the same world. It was like a universe. Undead Lord was extremely shocked. When he felt Long Fei's star relate to Dantian, he did not know what to do. He even thought it was an illusion. He retracted his hand and grabbed Long Fei by the collar, staring straight at Long Fei. Kid, what's wrong with your pubes? Speak. Undead Lord was an old monster who could tell that there was a problem with his pubes with a light palm, but he did not know what Long Fei's pubes was. How did you get here? He even had doubts in his heart as to whether this was a pubes or not. Long Fei's abdomen was burning as he endured the pain. He smiled and said, "Call me father, this father will tell you." Ha ha ha! The secret of the pubes was discovered, and Long Fei knew that he would not be able to escape death. But he couldn't save Luluashi and his child. Thinking about all these, Long Fei's heart felt like it was dying. Undead Lord raised Long Fei into the air and said sinisterly, "Are you looking to die? Brat, I have 10,000 different ways of dying a miserable death that you can't even imagine. If you are a bit more straightforward, I will leave you a complete corpse. Tell me clearly what happened to your pubes. What's the name of your pubes? Is the power inside your pubes Long Baishan's power? Tell me." Undead Lord glared at Long Fei fiercely. His heart was excited. Because Long Fei's pubes made him incomparably excited. If he had such a pubes, perhaps he could become the #1 powerhouse. Maybe the outer space powerhouse would choose him, not the Emperor Xian. For so many years, he had always been subservient to others and had always contributed to the Xian nationality. In the eyes of the Emperor Xian, he was only a family servant. He wanted to be strong, stronger than even the Emperor Xian. But his natural talent and potential were limited, and his current cultivation could no longer be broken through. He could only look for external help. He had been looking for Long Baishan's strength the entire time. He had been looking for Long Fei. He had gone to the Dragon Vein Mountain more than once. He was very disappointed and even dejected that Long Fei did not have a dragon soul on him, because it was possible that only Long Baishan's power could allow him to break through the shackles of ancient world. When he sensed Long Fei's special pubes, the flames of hope in his heart once again ignited. He would not let go of such an opportunity. Long Fei laughed coldly. "Come on, if you're capable, use it right now, come and kill me. If you can't kill me, then I'll K your entire family." Undead Lord's eyes were brimming with anger. He struck Long Fei in the chest with his palm. Bang! Long Fei did not move his body, but the power of the Undead Lord was like a nuclear bomb that exploded in his body. The health point above his head crazily decreased. However, the control of the Undead Lord was extremely strong, and he was very clear on Long Fei's condition of life and death. His strength caused Long Fei to feel so much pain that he wished he were dead, but he would not take Long Fei's life. "Tell me, is this Long Baishan's power?" Undead Lord shouted. Long Fei laughed coldly. "If you call me father, I'll tell you." Ha ha ha! Showing his bloodied teeth, he laughed maniacally. Long Fei knew that he wouldn't be able to live anymore. The god's chop had already cooled down, so even if there was no cooldown, there was still too big of a gap in level between them to be able to kill it. The power of the ancient dragon body was gone too. System initialization, no power available. Everything depended on him now. Undead Lord laughed sinisterly. You want to die, right? It's not that easy. Since you won't say anything, then it doesn't matter. I want your pubes. Undead Lord lost his patience. He did not want to continue talking with Long Fei, regardless of whether Long Fei's pubes was power. This pubes gave him hope. Just get the pubes. In that instant, when Undead Lord released his hand, Long Fei immediately fell to the ground. Then, the Undead Lord quickly formed a seal and released a ray of seal's power, blasting towards the location of the Long Fei instance dungeon. Long Fei's abdomen seemed to have disappeared. He could no longer feel it. Completely numb. Undead Lord laughed blandly. Brat, your pubes is going to be mine soon, ha ha. He laughed wildly. Undead Lord's palm turned into a claw, the power of his 5 fingers compressed like a flame. If this strand of power struck Long Fei, his entire abdomen would disappear. Long Fei clenched his teeth and roared. He did everything he could, but it was all useless. There was no other way. He was too weak. The Undead Lord adjusted his breathing. At this time, he didn't dare be careless as well, as destroying Long Fei's pubes with just a slight bit of carelessness was not what he wanted. The look in his eyes was firm. His 5 fingers moved, directly pressing down towards Long Fei's abdomen. Long Fei looked up to the sky, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. It was also at this moment that he saw a black dot flash down from the sky. But Undead Lord suddenly stopped, everyone's eyes became gloomy, and the powerful chi on his body also continued to be released, and he said solemnly, Mu Tianha. Undead Lord suddenly stopped. Undead Lord suddenly stopped, because he knew that if he did not stop, he might die in the next second. The other party's aura wasn't any weaker than his. If Undead Lord continued to attack Long Fei, then at the same time, he would also be heavily injured. To Undead Lord, this was not even worth the loss. The higher the cultivation, the more important their lives were. He had already lived for several trillion years, but it was not easy for him to live all these years. This was because his cultivation could not be broken through, so he could only extend his life through continuous rebirth and the use of his fresh body to extend his life. Thus, he valued his own life greatly. The black shadow descended. It was an old man. His hair was slightly numb, and an aura of spatial distortion surrounded him. Beneath his feet, the surrounding space seemed to be turbulent. Other than that, the aura exuding from his body was also extremely oppressive. Mu Tianha, Undead Lord said in a deep voice, this is none of your business. If you know what's good for you, get the hell away from me. Mu Tianha? Long Fei was startled. Why is this name a little familiar? It seems like someone mentioned this to me before. Long Fei couldn't recall anything at the moment. However, when the old man landed, he looked at Long Fei, and when their gazes met, Long Fei felt a sense of kindness and worry in his eyes. It made his heart feel very warm. Just like family love. Mu Tianha looked at Undead Lord, smiled lightly and said, What? Is this your home? If you tell me to F***ck off, then I'll F***k off. Undead Lord's eyes turned sinister as he said, Speak, what are you here for? Mu Tianha said, Your goal is the same as yours. The expression in Undead Lord's eyes tightened and said, Mu Tianha, do you think that your Mu clan is strong enough to stand above your Xian nationality? In other words, are you tired of living? Or did your god-living mountain want to disappear from the face of the ancient world just like your dragon vein mountain? As he spoke till here, Long Fei's mind tightened and he lost his voice. You, your grandfather? Where is the god-living mountain? When Murong Xiong told Long Fei to enter the ancient world, he insisted on going to the God-living mountain to see him. He said that his grandfather missed him a lot. At that time, Murong Xiong had also told him her grandfather's name, but she couldn't recall it for a while. Now that undead lord said it, Long Fei remembered. Mu Tianhe faintly smiled as he looked at Long Fei and said, "Child, don't be afraid. Are you really grandfather?" Long Fei's eyes lit up. Mu Tianhe nodded his head and said, "Grandfather came late and made you suffer." As he spoke, the corners of his eyes were somewhat wet. Right now, Long Fei only had half a life left. If he was a second later, he might not be able to see his nephew that he had been yearning for day and night for so long. He was against Mu Wanner marrying Long Zhanting once, but he could not change his daughter's insistence on marrying him. Later, when his nephew Long Fei appeared, if Long Zhanting wanted to seal a piece of seal into Long Fei's body, he was also opposed to it. He even wanted to snatch his precious nephew. But with his daughter's persistence and the fact that the dragon race's power had weakened too quickly and their internal organs had rotted, the only way for them to rise again was to break through and establish. Long Zhanting used the position of Dragon Clan's clan chief in exchange for Long Wushan's support. He placed all his hopes on Long Fei. Long Fei did not disappoint them. It had taken him no more than 100 years to climb from a low-level realm under the ancient world to the divine space. Just ask who could do it. However, the difficulties he had to bear were way more than anyone else. Even if he had lived for 10,000 years, a person who had lived for hundreds of billions of years like the undead lord did not have as much pain as him. For this, the moment he saw Long Fei, the corners of Mu Tianhe's eyes shone with tears. Long Fei herself was extremely excited. "Humph!" The undead lord coldly snorted and said, "Mu Tianhe, I don't care what sort of relationship you have, either you K off right now, or you have Xian nationality destroy your God-living mountain." Mu Tianhe laughed coldly and said, "I, Mu Tianhe, am also not an ordinary person." The undead lord's gaze turned sinister as he said, "You think I'm afraid of you?" The reason he did not attack Long Fei was because he had to take out Long Fei's pubes without any interference, and that he needed some time. He could not be distracted during this time, or else his own cultivation would be affected. That was why he didn't try to force his way through. Now that Mu Tianhe had appeared, he had to kill him in order to take the next step. However, kill the leader of God-living mountain? A paragon? It was not that it was difficult, but rather extremely difficult. His cultivation was only at the same level as Mu Tianhe's, and with Mu Tianhe's control of spatial energy, his was still slightly weaker. Mu Tianhe laughed. "Then what are you still saying? Come on, come and fuck this old man." The muscles at the corner of Undead Lord's eyes twitched. "Let me see just how strong you are." As soon as he finished, Undead Lord turned his right hand. The immense power was like a flood dragon soaring through the sky. However, this power was not directed at Mu Tianhe, but Long Fei. He wanted to escape with Long Fei. Mu Tianhe frowned, the space around him started to tremble crazily, and within a 3,000-meter radius, all the space was reduced to pieces. The same was true for the ground, as though it could collapse at any time. He immediately began to unleash the powerful energy of a chief sovereign of space. Before Undead Lord's power could fall on Long Fei, Mu Tianhe's power of space had arrived first. It directly wrapped Long Fei up. The space surrounding Long Fei suddenly sunk, as though it had sunk into water. In the blink of an eye it disappeared from where it was. Undead Lord's eyes were blazing with anger. "You dog, return him to me." "Ah! Walala! Walala!" 10,000 black crows rushed out from his body. Their blood-red pupils covered the entire sky and blocked out the sun. The heavenly flame blood crow. Mu Tianhe's gaze tensed up. These blood crows had extremely powerful destructive powers. Just one of them was enough to destroy a small plane. How many were there here? There were more than 10,000 of them. He wanted to kill Mu Tianhe. This is also a way to deal with the spatial controller. You can move space? Explode all the space before you move. One slash from a heavenly flame crow would require undead lords 10,000 years of cultivation to refine one. This was his most powerful technique. He was going all out. The pubes in Long Fei's body was too strong. As long as he could get what he wanted, it was worth it. He had a powerful skill. Similarly, Mu Tianhe also had a big move. His body instantly blurred and then merged into the air. His fleshly body was space. Long Fei was still in this space. If all the heavenly flame blood crows exploded, Long Fei would die without a doubt. He had to protect his only nephew. Long Fei was wrapped in a special kind of space. He did not know what was happening outside, and could only hear the constant intense explosions. Long Fei was wrapped in a special kind of space. He did not know what was happening outside, and could only hear the constant intense explosions. The impact was huge, but in this special space, he didn't suffer any damage at all. Rumble! 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 The violent explosion lasted for half an hour before it stopped. Next, Long Fei acted like he was shuttling through time and space. The space he was in had suddenly sunk into the chaotic space flow, then suddenly emerged as if it had emerged from the bottom of the water. Huff! Huff huff! Long Fei panted heavily a few times as the special space around him slowly disintegrated and disappeared without a trace. Mu Tianhe's face turned slightly pale, his breathing became ragged, and his collar was stained with blood. Seeing Long Fei, he immediately revealed a benevolent smile and said, "Child, you were not injured, right?" Long Fei immediately stood up and said, "Grandfather, I'm fine." Looking at the blood on Mu Tianhe's chest, Long Fei asked, "Grandfather, are you injured?" Clearly, the blood on his collar was from his mouth. It must be an internal injury that was gushing out of his mouth. Mu Tianhe laughed, "I'm fine." While they were talking, Mu Tianhe retracted his consciousness, and after making sure that the undead lord did not catch up, and that his body could not take it any more, he trembled slightly and started to cough quickly. Cough cough! At the same time as he coughed, blood spurted out continuously from his mouth. His face was even paler. His hair was disheveled, and he looked as if he had aged a few decades. Long Fei immediately stepped forward to support Mu Tianhe. "Grandfather, you're severely injured." The corner of Mu Tianhe's mouth still had a smile as he said, "I'm fine, don't worry about me. A mere undead lord is unable to kill me." Facing the undead lord's attacks, if she did not go to protect Long Fei, she would not be able to harm him. However, in order to not let Long Fei get hurt, he used most of his defense to protect Long Fei. Even with half of his defense, he wouldn't be able to defend against the Undead Lord. After all, the Undead Lord was one of the 3 great sky sovereigns under the Emperor Xian. Super powerhouse. It was already a miracle that half of his defenses could survive. Long Fei could not help but clench his fist tightly, and said, "It's all because of me. If I were a little stronger, I would not have allowed grandfather." Mu Tianhe smiled slightly and said, "Foolish child, you are already very strong. To be able to step into the divine space in less than 100 years, you have already shocked many people." Long Fei asked, "Many people?" Mu Tianhe said, Your father Long Zhantian and your mother." When he talked about his own daughter, Mu Tianhe's eyes went blank for a moment. It had been a long time since he'd seen his daughter, and he didn't even know where she was. He did not know whether his daughter was dead or alive. Long Fei said, "Grandfather, don't worry, mother is still alive. He once spoke to me in his sea of consciousness." He did not say anything else. At that time, Long Fei did not know who the woman was, but he was sure that the woman was his mother. It was just that after that moment of farewell, Long Fei's sea of consciousness had never appeared again. He was worried too. It was just that he did not say these out loud, as he did not want Mu Tianhe to be worried. Mu Tianhe was overjoyed and immediately asked, "Really?" He was glad to hear from his daughter. After all, Mu Wanner was the one he was most concerned about. Long Fei nodded his head and said, I will not lie to you, so you can rest assured." "Good, good, good." Mu Tianhe laughed and nodded. Mu Tianhe's daughter am definitely different, ha ha. My nephew is even more different. The laughter was so intense that Zhang Xian coughed a few more times and black blood spurted out from his mouth. Mu Tianhe frowned, he thought to himself. Only a heavenly flame-blood crow with 10,000 years of cultivation can refine one. I never thought that its damage is so great. I've underestimated that undying monster. His injuries were far more severe than he had imagined. Moreover, now that he had fallen out with the Xian nationality, he had to hurry back to the God-living mountain. When Undead Lord returns to the Xian nationality, he will definitely make a move against the God-living mountain. Mu Tianhe grabbed Long Fei's hand and said, "Child, hold on tight, I'll bring you back to God-living mountain." Long Fei hesitated for a moment, then said, "Grandfather, I want to go save my wife, Lu Luoxi." He wanted to save her. However, he didn't dare ask Mu Tianhe to go with him. Mu Tianhe frowned and asked, "Your wife?" Long Fei said, "Grandfather, I can go by myself, but I must go because she is my wife. She has my child in her womb." Mu Tianhe's brows tightened even more and said, "You already have a child? Then where is she?" Long Fei shook his head and said, "He was brought back to Xian nationality by a disciple of the Xian nationality. I do not know how far away I was from the Xian nationality. I have to go and save her. If I did not, she would definitely have died. The Xianlai mountain hated him to the bones. He would definitely beat Lu Luoxi to death. Lu Luoxi's temper was also violent, she would definitely resist. Moreover, under those circumstances she would think that Long Fei would die, and at that time she would also be courting death. If I don't know the location, I can't do anything about it. Child, we are very far from the Xian nationality Divine Mountain. With your current cultivation, even 10 years would not be enough. She has already been sent to Xian nationality. I'm afraid. Mu Tianhe didn't want Long Fei to die. He was too weak now. I know that you're too far away from saving your wife and children. However, you don't have to worry too much, because the moment Xian nationality knows about your relationship with you, she will be safe. Since Xian nationality will use her to threaten you, what you need to do now is to become stronger as soon as possible." Mu Tianhe analyzed it seriously. He wanted to bring Long Fei to learn the God-living mountain. Once the news of Long Fei entering the divine space was announced by the Xian nationality, many ancient clan and rogue cultivator powerhouse would go crazy to find Long Fei. Other than the high bounty, even more people wanted to obtain Long Baishan's power from Long Fei's body. There were even some rumors that as long as someone could obtain the power within Long Fei's body, they would be able to become the #1 powerhouse. He was just like Long Batian back then. Just like the Undead Lord. He was Long Fei's grandfather. He had to protect his nephew and give Long Fei a safe place to cultivate. For him to be able to enter the divine space from a lowly plane in less than 100 years, that meant the divine space would definitely rise in a short period of time. He was the hope of the dragons. It was also his God-living mountain's hope. Long Fei looked into the distance, both his fists tightly clenching, his heart feeling extremely uncomfortable. That kind of intense unwillingness made him completely helpless. "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Long Fei didn't have a choice. Long Fei didn't have a choice. He didn't even know where the Xian nationality Divine Mountain was now. So what if he knew? Now that he had lost the power of the ancient dragon body, lost his dragon soul, lost all his ancient power. He was just an ordinary 4th-stage deity realm warrior. Even a 5th-stage deity would want his life, not to mention so many powerhouse, old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years and hundreds of millions of years. Even if he went, he would only be throwing his life away. Besides, he couldn't go. He really couldn't accept it. But so what? This was the reality of this world. The weak were ant. Let's go, child. Follow me back to the God-living mountain. Mu Tianhe held Long Fei's hand, looked at the determination in Long Fei's eyes, and said, "Once you become stronger, you can kill your way toward Xian nationality." Long Fei nodded his head solemnly. Mu Tianhe released the qi on his body and formed a seal with one hand. In less than 3 seconds, a transmission array appeared out of thin air. The power of space was simply too great. However, Mu Tianhe's face became even more unsightly. The power within the spatial formation was not stable either. This kind of formation completely relied on the power of the person who formed the formation. Mu Tianhe's heart tensed up and said, "Seems like I'll have to wait for death this time." And then, Mu Tianhe pulled Long Fei's hand and walked into the teleportation portal. With a flash of white light, the two disappeared. Then there was the Undead Lord. Knowing that Mu Tianhe had escaped with Long Fei, he burst into flames of fury. He howled crazily. The duck that was in his mouth flew away just like that. He really wasn't willing to accept this. Moreover, he dared to conclude that Long Fei's pubes was Long Baishan's power, because in that instant, he felt that the energy within Long Fei's pubes was just too strong. It was limitless, like the universe. If he could obtain this kind of pubes, then his cultivation would definitely soar, and he would be able to break through the highest shackles of ancient world, and even replace Emperor Xian. However, all of this just ran away. Undead Lord was unwilling. He took a step on the spot. Rumble! His figure seemed like it had teleported as he returned to the Xian nationality Divine Mountain in a short half a minute. "Someone, come!" Undead Lord said with a heavy voice. "Disciples of the God Slaughtering Palace, come out." The God Slaughtering Palace was the entrance to the Xian nationality's strongest battle force. The majority of Xian nationality's elites were inside. Similarly, it was also an expedition. It was specifically used to suppress other ancient families. The God Slaughtering Hall was out in battle, a place where not even a blade of grass grew. Under normal circumstances, in the last 10,000 years, the God Slaughtering Palace wouldn't fight, unless they met a strong opponent. But in the entire divine space, who would dare to provoke the Xian nationality? No one dared. Normally, he would just send a few elders to settle the matter, so he didn't need to deal with the elites of the God Slaughtering Palace. Undead Lord was standing right in front of the gates of the God Slaughtering Palace. The aura around his body was burning like a flame and had completely engulfed the surroundings of the God Slaughtering Palace. In an instant, a large group of elders and disciples from the God Slaughtering Palace walked out in a hurry. When an elder saw Undead Lord, he immediately bowed and said, "Lord Sky Sovereign, I wonder what has happened to anger you so much?" Undead Lord didn't want to be long-winded and directly said, "I don't want to waste any more words right now. Immediately summon over all of the disciples of the God Slaughtering Palace." The elder said, "Lord Sky Sovereign, you have to tell me what happened first, right?" Undead Lord grabbed the elder's collar and hoisted him straight up to the sky, saying solemnly, "I'll do whatever I tell you to do. If you dare to ask me any further, do you believe that I won't kill you?" He was enraged to the extreme. Moreover, the killing intent in his eyes was extremely strong. The elder's face paled from the pressure, but he did not do as he said. He struggled to speak. "Sky Sovereign, the disciples of the God Slaughtering Hall are only under the orders of the Emperor Xian. Without his authority, no one can summon their entire disciples back. Come." Cluck, cluck. Undead Lord clenched his teeth so hard that his blood crackled and exploded. The anger in his heart grew even stronger as he said, "You're courting death." The flames from his body pounced towards the elder. The elder was engulfed by the flames, and in the next second, he would be reduced to smithereens. Third brother. Stop! An old man dressed in a tiger robe came over in a flash. With a move of his power, he blocked the power of the undead lord and saved the elder. When undead lord saw the gaze of the tiger-robed man darken, he called out, "Second brother." The three great sky sovereigns of the Emperor Xian were ranked second. Sky Sovereign Huwu. He was also an old monster like the undead lord, who had lived for several trillion years. Sky Sovereign Huwu said, "Third brother, what has happened for you to be so angry?" Undead Lord said, "God Living Mountain's Mu Tianhe, that old bastard, actually stole my thing. I am taking my people to annihilate God Living Mountain now." He did not speak of Long Fei, because he knew in his heart that the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Sky Sovereign Huwu said, "There's actually such a thing? What exactly did Mu Tianhe take away from you?" Undead Lord's gaze tensed up as he replied, "I need a treasure in order to cultivate." Sky Sovereign Huwu said, "Treasures? Can you be more precise?" Undead Lord said, "Second brother, I have been robbed. How can we, the three great Empyreans, keep our face? What is Xian nationality's face? Today, I must eliminate the God-living mountain." He alone was not a match for Mu Tianhe. Only by using the power of the Xian nationality would he be able to crush the God-living mountain and force Mu Tianhe to hand over the person. He didn't believe that Mu Tianhe would use the entire Mu clan to exchange for that brat's life. The Sky Sovereign said, "Of course we have to get back at them, but the God-slaughtering palace really needs our boss's order. How about this, I will follow you to the God-living mountain." He had his own plans. Undead Lord had never said what a treasure was, and it was very suspicious. Adding on to that, what kind of treasure did the Xian nationality want? What kind of treasure could cause Undead Lord to be so angry? This thing must be extraordinary. Sky Sovereign Huwu wanted to know what it was. He and the Undead Lord were the same. Their cultivation had already fallen into a bottleneck, and they were at the highest level in the entire ancient world. His longevity was also constantly being reincarnated in order to maintain its immortality. If he could break through the shackles of ancient world, then it wouldn't be so arduous. The Undead Lord said solemnly, "Second brother, since you are so busy every day, I won't bother you any longer. Since the boss of the God-slaughtering palace has already given the order, I don't need to trouble you any further. I've already thought it through. I've lost face for the Xian nationality, so I should take it back myself. Don't worry. I will definitely get back at you." Finished. The Undead Lord did not stay either. His figure flashed, and he immediately disappeared from his original position. The space between Empyrean Huwu's eyebrows tightened. Undead Lord didn't go anywhere else, but went to the divine gate of the Xian nationality's divine mountain. Xian nationality knew that there was still one more person. He had to deal with this person. Has Xianlai Mountain returned? The two Xian nationality disciples immediately shook their heads and replied, "Reporting to Sky Sovereign, I didn't see young Master Lai Mountain returning." He didn't come back? Logically speaking, he should have arrived a long time ago. Undead Lord felt that it was strange. Could it be that something happened on the way here? If he wanted to hide the fact that Long Fei had entered the divine space, then he couldn't let the Xianlai Mountain appear in the Xian nationality. If he wanted to hide the fact that Long Fei had entered the divine space, then he couldn't let the Xianlai Mountain appear in the Xian nationality. Then again, the woman in Xianlai Mountain's hands was very important to Long Fei. If he could get this woman to use her to threaten him, it would be even easier. He did not want to miss Long Fei. He had to get Long Fei's pubes. Thus, Undead Lord flew out. It was just that. Looking around, he didn't see any signs of Xianlai Mountain. Even when he flew to the place where the sky gate was opened, he still did not see the figure of the Xianlai Mountain. Something really happened? Who in ancient world would dare to touch a person who possesses the Xian nationality's direct descendant, the blood vein? Undead Lord frowned. To dare to make a move on the direct disciple of the blood vein would mean declaring war on the Xian nationality. In the entire ancient world, no one had ever dared to do such a thing. If nothing had happened to him, then where had Xianlai Mountain gone to? You can't just disappear from the face of the earth, can you? The undead lord was very suspicious, and in the blink of an eye, he had already flown to the Xian nationality's divine mountain and asked the gatekeeping elder. He didn't come back. Under those circumstances, it is impossible for Xianlai Mountain to go anywhere else. If he still hasn't come back, then something will definitely happen. He is really that bold to dare attack the direct disciple of the blood vein of the Xian nationality? Someone from the God-living mountain? That's unlikely. Mu Tianhe doesn't know anything about that woman, so it's impossible for him to save her. There must be someone else. Who could it be? Or do you want to use her to threaten Long Fei? Undead Lord's gaze tensed up. His pair of eyes were like that of an old fox as they slightly turned. I don't care. Since he has entered the divine space, there will definitely be a lot of people who will know about it in the future. Since I can't use the power of the God Slaughtering Palace, then I'll use my own power. Undead Lord's figure moved, disappearing in a flash. He had lived for several trillion years. Although he was one of the 3 great sky sovereigns of the Xian nationality, he still had his own power to support him. He wanted to bring someone to the God-living mountain. He had to take Long Fei down. To him, the entire ancient world only had one chance, Long Fei. He would not let this chance go, no matter what price he had to pay. After the undead lord disappeared. Looking at the direction he had disappeared in, the elder muttered, third brother, what are you trying to do? Just what did you get snatched away to make you so angry?" Zhang Xian's finger moved slightly. A black shadow separated from his body. His face was invisible and formless. He was just a mass of black shadow. Nanfei's great law. Sky Sovereign Huwu said, "Follow him." The black shadow disappeared from where it stood. Rumble! 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 From somewhere within the divine space, a sonic boom could be heard. Purple light constantly flashed from the thick clouds, as if the sky had changed. Explosions could be heard in the clouds. Suddenly, the malevolent dragon head stuck its head out from the clouds. A divine dragon. A divine dragon at the level of Holy Dragon Emperor. His entire body was suffused with a purple glow, which illuminated half of the sky. He was a purple dragon. It could also be said to be Long Wushan's original body. Long Wushan's head exploded, otherwise Long Fei would have killed him, but his body would have been devoured by the purple dragon, and all the treasures on his body would have been devoured by the purple dragon as well, including the dragon soul in Long Fei's sea of consciousness. The power from the purple dragon was continuously released. It was as if he was in intense pain, as if he was experiencing some sort of calamity. It was rolling and roaring in the clouds. The dragon roar shook the entire area. Within a radius of tens of millions of kilometers, all the ashes had been crushed into black powder by the power of the purple dragon. "Give me back my body! Give me back my body! Bastard, do you want to rebel?" Fury erupted from the purple dragon's body. The voice belonged to none other than Long Wushan, whose head had been blown off. Although his head was blown off, the purple dragon was his original body. As long as his original body wasn't destroyed and his soul wasn't destroyed, he could reform his body. Then he would be able to live again. In the past, his body had also been destroyed. But now, he could use the original body of the purple dragon to rebuild it. But this time, no matter how angry Long Wushan was, The purple dragon would not obey, and would not let Long Wushan rebuild his fleshly body's power. Zilong, you are nothing without me. You are just a rotten bug. Only I can give you unparalleled glory. Hurry up and help me rebuild my body. I want to go find that brat Long Fei. Once I have his pubes, my strength will be invincible, and at that time, the glory will also belong to you. Hurry up. Long Wushan was very anxious. He had never thought that his original body would be in trouble. You know, the purple dragon had always been under his control, listening to his commands. But this time, he didn't know why it had become like this. He actually couldn't control it. He was very angry. He was furious, but at this moment, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. That was because the purple dragon was his only chance to reconstruct his body. Zilong did not reply, and actively shook Long Wushan off. Long Wushan said solemnly, "What exactly do you want? Could it be that you want to go to heaven? Or should I say, you have your eyes on the dragon soul?" S. heart sank when he talked about dragon soul, and he started to feel fear. This dragon soul was not ordinary, it could be the dragon soul of the dragon clan's ancestor, Long Batian. Whoever obtains it will have the strongest power of the dragon soul. But the purple dragon had its own dragon soul. With one dragon soul, it wouldn't be able to fuse with a second dragon soul. Then what do I need the dragon soul for? Long Wushan could not understand and said, "The dragon soul is of no use to you at all. You cannot fuse them. Furthermore, I have carefully examined it. The dragon soul does not have the power of the dragon clan's ancestor, it is just an ordinary dragon soul, it is useless. The strength of the dragon clan's ancestor is definitely in that kid's pubes. If you want me to reconstruct my body, I will definitely do it. If you want to split the family when the time comes, we'll split it, each of us." Long Wushan kept talking. However, the purple dragon simply didn't care. Because, at this moment, there was another voice in Zilong's mind. Completely controlled its voice. Roar! Roar! The roar of a dragon wreaked havoc as the purple dragon continuously writhed. Long Wushan suffered an intense bombardment within his body, to the point where half of his body was on the verge of being destroyed. Most importantly, his soul was in danger. If he couldn't reform his body, he might really die. Long Wushan said in dissatisfaction, "Why? Why? Can you let me die?" He could not think of any reason why Violet Dragon would do this. It was at this moment. The purple dragon suddenly spoke. "Because you are not fit to have the dragon soul, because you are not qualified, because you are just a chess piece in my plan, why do you think the nails for suppressing dragons appeared, and why do you think the nails for suppressing dragons was able to take out the dragon soul? Was it a coincidence? You think you can do it? Humph! It's just a chess piece." Rumble! With a roar, Long Wushan's body completely vanished. Long Wushan died with grievance. Long Wushan died with grievance. He didn't even know why Zilong would say such a thing. He didn't know why the purple dragon had turned out like this. His original body had actually betrayed him. Even at the moment of his death, he still couldn't figure it out. With Long Wushan's death, all of the treasures on his body were left in the body of the purple dragon. A small black bottle stood out. The power within the purple dragon's body surged forth and directly sucked the black bottle within. And then, a voice sounded from within Zilong's body. "All right, it's time to head to the Ashura's abyss. Emperor Xian should be arriving soon." Without stopping, the purple dragon turned and flew directly to the northernmost area of the divine space, where the ancient Ashura was located in the abyss. It was also the burial ground for Long Batian. And then there was Long Fei. Mu Tianhe used his last bit of energy to activate the teleportation circle. When the two of them appeared at the location of the God Living Mountain's teleportation circle, Mu Tianhe's body sank and he became unsteady. If not for Long Fei's support, he would have already fallen to the ground. Grandfather. Mu Tianhe immediately smiled faintly and said, I'm fine. Long Fei, from now on, you cannot reveal your identity. You can't call me Long Fei anymore. From now on, your name is Mu Fei and you are your first uncle Murong Xiong's illegitimate child. Mu Tianhe said with a serious face. Long Fei's name resounded throughout the entire ancient world, not because the name was strong, but because everyone was looking for the owner of the name. In the normal plane, this was true even in the divine space, because the legend became more and more godly. Long Fei was the reincarnation of Long Batian. Whoever could obtain the power in Long Fei's body could become the strongest person in the ancient world. The appearance of the undead lord was the best proof. Even an Empyrean like him was coveting the power within Long Fei's body. Of the other clans and powerhouse, who wouldn't want to obtain it? No one wanted to be stepped on by others. Everyone wanted to be the best. Xian nationality had been the boss for so many years, everyone wanted to overthrow him. However, strength was everything. In the ancient world, there was no power that could stand above the Xian nationality, there was only Long Fei. Only the former number one powerhouse, Long Batian, was capable of such strength. Thus, Long Fei was the key. Be it outside or inside the God-living mountain, Long Fei's identity could not be revealed. Long Fei understood his grandfather's meaning in his heart, and nodded. I'll listen to grandfather. He had a bad feeling about this. He really couldn't accept it. The weak will be beaten. With his current cultivation, forget about the Emperor Xian, he couldn't even kill an elder from there. Not only would exposing his identity bring danger to himself, it would also bring danger to the God-living mountain. Long Fei was very clear about this in his heart. Mu Tianhe's reaction made Mu Tianhe feel gratified. He patted Long Fei's shoulder and said, when you're strong enough, you can use your original name. Long Fei nodded and said, but, grandfather, regarding Undead Lord and the Xian nationality, Mu Tianhe said, you do not have to worry about that. The Undead Lord will definitely not mention that you have entered the divine space when he wants to obtain the power in your body, and the disciple that escaped will definitely not let him live, so the news of you entering the divine space will not spread. Mu Tianhe was very clear of all of this. Someone like the Undead Lord would never reveal Long Fei's whereabouts, but he did. Undead Lord was an old monster who had lived for thousands of billions of years after all. What he needed to do now was defend. To prevent attacks from the Undead Lordess. One more thing. Mu Tianhe continued. I am not able to take care of you in the God-living mountain, and your uncle's identity as the illegitimate child is not able to bring you convenience. He might even suffer the humiliation of many of the Mu clan's clansmen, so you can only rely on yourself. If he protected Long Fei too much, it would attract the suspicion of everyone. Moreover, growth can only be best through your own hard work, others cannot help. The entire divine space knew the name Long Fei, but who had ever seen him? Other than the Undead Lord, there was no one else. Long Fei still nodded and said, I understand. Mu Tianhe smiled with gratitude and said in his heart, Child, it's been hard on you. I've been carrying such a heavy burden since I was young, sigh. Mu Tianhe felt his heart ache. But right now there was no other way, he could only let Long Fei hide himself. Alright. People should be coming soon. Just follow behind me, don't talk. Mu Tianhe said indifferently, after which his face started to turn ice-cold. Just as he said, the people of Mu clan quickly rushed over. Old Patriarch, where did you go? Mu Hatai replied respectfully. Mu Tianhe said indifferently, Come, Xiao Fei, come and get to know him. This is the great elder of the God-living mountain. He will manage all the affairs of the God-living mountain. Hitai, he is. Mu Tianhe glanced at Long Fei and let out a heavy sigh. Who deserves to die? Why haven't you played it enough? When will you be able to understand something? How many have there been? Everyone was taken aback. Mu Hatai already knew Long Fei's identity, but he still asked, "Who is he?" Mu Tianhe said, "He is the illegitimate child of Xiong'er. His small clan suffered some troubles and was brought back here by me. His name is Mu Fei. Xiao Fei, call me Great Elder." Long Fei took a step forward, bowed with both hands, and said respectfully, "Great Elder." Mu Hatai revealed a faint smile and said, "Young master, you're too courteous." After all, he was Murong Xiong's son, Mu Tianhe's grandson. There was not much respect in his eyes. In terms of seniority, he was Murong Xiong's uncle, so Long Fei should also call him grandfather. And then again, Murong Xiong's illegitimate child could be said to be dozens of large and small. It didn't matter even if there was even one more. Mu Tianhe said, "This child never had a mother since young, and is only a child who suffered greatly. From now on, you must take more care of him. Also, notify me that I want to go into seclusion. If you meet any enemies, immediately withdraw from the God-living mountain and enter the Turtle Mountain." This announcement startled all the people from Mu clan present. Mu Tianhe wanted to close the gate of death? How could this be? Once he went into closed-door cultivation, who in the Mu clan would care? Although Mu Hatai was in charge of all the big and small affairs, they were all in Mu Tianhe's hands. Murong Xiong didn't come back. The second young master, Murong Qi, had disappeared a long time ago. As for third young Miss Mu Wanner, she had not appeared for many years. With such a big God-living mountain, who would take care of it? Mu Hatai's eyes flashed, and he said, "Big brother, you are in closed-door cultivation, what about this God-living mountain?" Mu Tianhe said indifferently, "For the time being, it is up to you to manage. Important decisions will be decided by the referee pavilion after discussion, but there is one thing you must remember. If you encounter a strong enemy that you cannot resist, you must immediately withdraw from the God-living mountain and enter the Turtle Mountain to wait for the right time. Do you understand?" After giving out all the instructions, Mu Tianhe did not stop and walked into the depths of God-living mountain alone. After giving out all the instructions, Mu Tianhe did not stop and walked into the depths of God-living mountain alone. No one knew the exact location of his seclusion. If he didn't come out, no one would be able to find him. He grasped the power of space, and this was also the power of the Mu clan. The place Mu Tianhe was at could be said to be extremely hidden, and even if the Emperor Xian came over, he might not be able to find it. After Mu Tianhe entered the deep mountains to train, he was also brought back to God-living mountain. After arranging a small courtyard for him, other than the disciples who brought him food, he did not see a single person from the Mu clan for 3 days straight. Mu Tianhe went into closed-door cultivation while Mu Hatai took charge of the overall situation. He had been busy these past few days discussing various matters. Moreover, the Judgment Pavilion had changed quite a few of their elders. Long Fei was not considered free in his small courtyard. In the past 3 days, he had been researching striking system. The only thing he could rely on now was the power of the system. They needed to thoroughly study it before they could make use of it, especially the attribute of striking value. 100 points is enough to activate Berserk. Killing people should be able to acquire a bit of striking value, but killing monsters should also be possible. But I can only accumulate 100 points at once, so I can't accumulate any more Berserk energy. Long Fei pondered, I have to make good use of him in the future. It would be best to use it on the boss. The items dropped by the boss are even better. Thinking about the boss reminded Long Fei of the Emperor Xian. He should be my strongest boss in ancient world, right? Long Fei secretly clenched his fists, and when he thought of Lu Luoxi, his heart once again ached. For 3 consecutive nights, he kept dreaming about Lu Luoxi. Strangely enough, in the dream, Lu Luoxi kept telling him that she was fine and that she didn't need to worry. There were no Xian nationality people by her side. The dream was beautiful, but Long Fei couldn't believe it. Who in the divine space dared to offend the Xian nationality? It could be said that no ancient family would have the guts to stop Lu Luoxi on his way back to the Xian nationality. Lu Luoxi might already be at the Xian nationality's divine mountain. Are you all right? I'm sorry. Long Fei's heart was twitching. It was very, very uncomfortable. No matter how hard you feel, you can't always live in pain. To be beaten, to be scolded, to be stepped on, to work hard to become stronger, to get everything back. The dragon's soul was destroyed and the power of the dragon completely disappeared. Having lost his strongest backing, Long Fei was not discouraged, and did not compromise. As long as he was alive, he had a chance. He believed in himself. He also believed in the system. In the past few days, other than researching the system, he was also constantly exploring the star relate to Dantian. The dragon's soul did not shock Long Wushan, but his pubes did. It was obvious that his own pubes was stronger. It was just that. He still knew nothing about the power within his own star relate to Dantian. It was as if he had a body full of energy, but he could not bring it out. This was the most painful thing he could do. It was obvious that the power inside his pubes was very strong, but he just did not know how to use it. Pubes, the source of power. Ordinary cultivator holy source would erupt from within the pubes. Long Fei had also cultivated ordinary things before, and the energy would also burst out from within the pubes. Using this common method was to not release the power from the pubes. Facing this star relate to Dantian, he was stupefied. Although God's Pavilion had used the power of the pubes to cast Fierce Emperor's soul, he did not know how to make Long Fei use it. Dragon Quang knew nothing about the star relate to Dantian and was unable to help Long Fei. Long Fei could only rely on himself to feel around, as though he was walking in the darkness. Huff! Long Fei's eyes opened, and after sensing for a whole week, his pubes was not able to absorb any heaven and earth holy source, and his cultivation had not increased at all. The experience points did not move. This also meant that his comprehension of the holy source did not improve at all. Be it his strength or speed, they were all part of his original attribute. This was not the first time Long Fei had gained insights like this, but the results were all the same. Thus he got the result. Ordinary training is no longer of any help to me, the system has been reset. If I want to level up, I'll have to use experience to do so. That's good too. Save the time to meditate and cultivate. But, Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief, stood up, looked around and asked, "Where is the demon beast that I should kill? Without demon beast, how can I level up? Murder. Where is the killing? We can't kill all of grandfather's family, can we?" Long Fei laughed bitterly. Obviously, this was impossible. However, Long Fei knew that he couldn't continue like this. He hadn't broken through for 3 days straight and had completely wasted 3 days. He was still thinking about when he could reach the Xian nationality divine mountain. I need to find a place to train. Long Fei locked the space between his brows. At this time, the disciple that brought them food walked into the small courtyard. Other than him, there was also a middle-aged man. The man was slightly fat and had a beard that reached the sky at the corners of his mouth. He walked into the courtyard and looked at Long Fei. "You are Mu Fei?" Long Fei looked at him and said, "I am." The middle-aged man coldly said, "Another bastard." Long Fei frowned. "Try saying that again." The middle-aged man sneered and said, "Brat, do you really think you're the young master of Mu clan? Your uncle Murong Xiong has countless illegitimate children, so he brought one back today and another one back tomorrow. Each and every one of them is a muggle. Kid, you probably don't know this, but when you were on your way to Mu clan, an elder had already checked on your talent. Useless. You can only reach the divine moon realm at most. When he followed Mu Hatai back to the Mu clan, a few elders used the idea to sense his body. He didn't expect to be testing his talent at that time. He smiled wryly in his heart, to think that I've become a waste again. Ha ha! Regardless of which world it was, cultivators all emphasized on talent. And his current talent was indeed not very good. But, did he rely on his talent? Not really. Long Fei smiled faintly and did not argue. The middle-aged man asked, "What are you laughing about?" Long Fei replied, "Nothing." The middle-aged man let out another cold snort, and his aura abruptly spread out. 1. A buzz. The might of the 8th stage of the God of Heaven realm immediately grinded onto Long Fei's mind. Long Fei's body sank and his knees trembled, unable to hold on any longer. The middle-aged man walked forward and coldly stared at Long Fei. "Brat, this is the God-living mountain, not your lowly clan. Don't say that you're young Master Mu's illegitimate son. Even if you're his son that was born in the Mu clan and doesn't have the strength, you better listen to me obediently." Understood. Although Long Fei was unhappy, he could not find an excuse to retort. No matter what your identity is, wherever you are, strength was everything. Strength was everything. Strength was everything. The powerhouse was revered, the strong preyed on the weak. This was the law of the jungle. It didn't matter which plane they were in. Long Fei said solemnly, "Understood." Humph. The middle-aged man retracted his breath and said, "It's good that you understand." And then, the middle-aged man glanced at the disciple who was delivering the food to him. The serving disciple held a tray in his hand. On the tray was a set of clothes, a space ring that was unique to Mu clan, and a white jade plate with the word Mu carved on it. "This is your identity plate." The middle-aged man's tone became much warmer and he said, "My name is Mu Dafu, you can call me Eunuch Mu. If not for your identity, Mu clan would definitely not have let you live. Since you were allowed to live, you must work hard to support yourself, and from today on, you will have to start from the very beginning. Let the servants begin." Servants? Long Fei was startled. Mu Dafu glared at him, his tone becoming ice-cold again. "What? Not satisfied?" Long Fei immediately said, "Satisfied, satisfied." Mu Dafu continued, "How many people with greater talent than you are kneeling in God-living mountain, begging to become servants?" Long Fei said, "Yes, yes, yes." He didn't want to argue with him. He didn't want to waste that drool. Mu Dafu continued to speak. "You are in charge of cleaning the 3 courtyards every day, and you must clean every single day. If I find out that you have been slacking or that you have not cleaned properly, the consequences would be much worse than what you imagined. In addition, Mu clan has set his eyes on service disciples. Every day, I will enter the training grounds for 2 hours. However, I must finish what I have to do. Do you understand?" Long Fei said again, "Understood, understood." Mu Dafu said, "It's good that you understand. You can ask him if there's anything you don't understand. Also, even though you are the eldest young master's illegitimate child, you have not yet been recognized by the Mu clan. Especially the cultivation techniques cultivated by the Mu clan disciples in the training ground." Long Fei nodded again, "Yes, yes. All right, ask him if he has anything you don't understand." Seeing how obedient Long Fei was, Mu Dafu did not refute him at all. This was slightly different from the other illegitimate children who had just arrived in the Mu clan. Usually, when the bastards knew that they were the young masters of Mu clan, they would be so arrogant and domineering. They would want to ride on your head and take a piss, and they would have the time to listen to your nonsense? Servants? Cleaning up? Only 2 hours of cultivation a day? No monthly quests yet? Don't make too much of a fuss. However, normally this kind of person would suffer from a beating or starvation for a few days and then behave. Long Fei was one of the few who was calm and rational. Of course, Long Fei was also not Murong Xiong's illegitimate child. He did not want to waste his time arguing with him. After Mu Dafu left, that disciple immediately came forward and said, "Mu Fei, that's how head supervisor Mu is. He's very strict, but he's a good person. The reason why I released my aura earlier was to show you my power, to make you behave yourself. I never thought you would not resist. I have seen other private matters that have just entered the Mu clan. Even the young master would resist, but the outcome would be terrible. Come, these are yours. There's only one set of clothes. You should put it on first. Space Ring can store a lot of things, and there is also a spatial positioning system. The moment there is a danger, the alarm will be issued. This is used during the normal assessment. The elders can come to rescue us, but we basically don't need it. The most important thing is this jade tablet. The rank of Mu clan is very clear. We servants are all white jade medallions. On the web, it is green, and no matter how blue it is blue. Even if our surname is not Mu, we are still recognized by the Mu clan, and beyond that is purple. They are either direct disciples or some elders. When they see these people, they immediately step aside. The purple jade token is a blood-red jade token. Only the elders of the Judgment Pavilion are qualified to wear it. The highest rank is the black jade token. It is a high-ranking elder. As for the chief, that's a black jade tablet, the one and only kind. You have to remember this. What kind of identity is this jade plate? I have to remember them all. He said this carefully. If he could figure this out, he would be able to avoid getting into any critical points, so that no one would know who he was going to offend. Long Fei nodded his head. I will remember, thank you, senior brother. Mu Yun scratched his head and laughed very happily. This was the first time someone called him senior brother, and this taste was really delightful. My name is Mu Yun, a sixth stage of the God Realm. My inherent skill, it's also of a lower grade. Speaking of talent, Mu Yun was not very confident, because it was also because of his talent that he became a lowly servant. He himself was a disciple of a side branch of the Mu clan. His blood vein was not pure, but at least he was a disciple of the Mu clan. Being mixed in like this was indeed a bit tragic. As he spoke, Mu Yun stretched out his right hand. If you have anything to say, feel free to come find me. I know quite a few people in the eastern district of Mu clan. Long Fei reached out his right hand to grab it. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother, I really do have something that I want to ask. Long Fei immediately asked. Senior brother called Mu Yun in a very comfortable manner, and immediately said, If there's anything you want to say. Long Fei said, Where do we find demon beast around here? Mu Yun immediately laughed. What? Scared? I told you that the God Living Mountain's demon beast was fierce. As the older generation has said, the God Living Mountain is a large special space, and the demon beast inside all come from another space. No one knows what kind of demon beast we will meet. All of them are very powerful. All of these were nothing to Long Fei. He just wanted to know where the demon beast were killed. Where are the demon beast? Mu Yun laughed and said, You're asking the right person. I'm very familiar with this place. Very safe, no demon beast. Long Fei. He felt depressed in his heart. No demon beast? Then what the F***ck are you doing? Long Fei continued to ask, Where is the demon beast? Mu Yun said, The Mu clan is divided into the north, south, east and north, and we are in the east, which is also the first region. The people that live here are mostly the outer disciples of the Mu clan, with weaker cultivations. It is also relatively safer. If you're talking about demon beast, that's something that only appears in south area, but it's not many. Long Fei asked, So you're saying that the further you go, the more dangerous it becomes? Mu Yun nodded his head and said, Demon beast and people are the same. The aura of the holy source in the area behind us is a little thicker, of course they are in that kind of place. Why do you ask? Without the permission of the head supervisor, no one is allowed to leave the East District. If they are caught, then they will be punished by 30 staff, and all of their asses will have flowers blooming. Long Fei nodded and said, I understand. He was getting excited in his heart. There's a place to level up. As long as Demon Beast were to be killed, Long Fei would definitely go to the most dangerous place. As long as Demon Beast were to be killed, Long Fei would definitely go to the most dangerous place. There was nothing more important than leveling up now. However, to go outside to hunt Demon Beast, he had to complete his own quest. The next day it was still dark. Mu Yun took the broom to Long Fei's small courtyard early in the morning. Let's go, I'll take you to the East 3 courtyard. He had just finished. The system beep. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the cleansing quest. Task reward, 500 experience, 500 holy source value, 1 rank 1 holy source pill. Daily quest. Long Fei moved, accept. Right now, he needed 150,000 experience points to level up. He couldn't afford to miss any of the experience. After accepting the mission, Long Fei followed Mu Yun to the 3 eastern academies, the biggest one in the east of the 4 main districts of Mu Clan. The disciples of the other branches and disciples with outer appearances were all here. Thousands of people lived there. The entire East District was like a small town. The streets, shops, training rooms, everything was there. Long Fei followed behind Mu Yun, his mind still thinking about how to hunt Demon Beast S. Mu Yun said, Junior Brother Fei, the East 3 courtyard consists of 3 courtyards. One is the residence, the other is the training grounds, and the other is the Pill Institute. There are many people coming in and out of the training room and the Pill Academy every day. In the living quarters, when the time comes, you will be able to see many beautiful senior sister, especially Mu Yao. She is really beautiful, she is my goddess, but her cultivation is at the 9th level of the heaven, and her cultivation is at the 9th level of the heaven. Furthermore, you have a high-level inherent skill, so you should be able to enter the south area during this year's examination. Mu Yun sighed softly. Mu Yao was his goddess in his heart. As long as he could see it, he would never dare to have any illusions. Because he knew his own strength. How could a person with such a low-level inherent skill be worthy of a goddess like Mu Yao? As far as he was concerned, he would be satisfied if he could only look at her from afar. As for Mu Yao, she didn't even know him. Long Fei didn't listen at all. His mind was not on this. Mu Yun's eyes were filled with loneliness as he muttered, If only I could also enter the south area. Long Fei replied, Then let's go to the south area. Mu Yun laughed bitterly and said, All of south area's service disciples require medium talent. People with low-level talent like me will never be able to enter south area in my life. Long Fei was startled for a moment. What he had said just now was to let Mu Yun pass the examination to become a disciple of the south area, but what he was thinking about was actually becoming a service disciple of the south area. Long Fei said, Have you ever thought about participating in the assessment? Mu Yun was stunned. He looked at Long Fei and said, Junior Brother Mu Fei, you, how dare you say those words? Long Fei asked, What's wrong? Mu Yun said, Let's not talk about whether we have the qualifications to participate in the assessment. Even if we do, we will still be unable to pass. There are only 3 spots per year. Do you know how difficult this is? It's even harder than ascending to heaven. Also, we, the service disciples, are not qualified to participate in the exam unless. The hierarchy of Mu Clan was extremely strict. If you are an ant, you have to crawl on the ground. Long Fei asked, Unless what? Mu Yun laughed bitterly and said, There is no exception because that is impossible. How could a lowly, gifted service disciple complete an A-class mission? Even a formal disciple wouldn't be able to do it. Let's not even think about it. In Mu Clan, there are no service disciples who can complete an A-rank mission on their own. Junior brother Mu Fei, don't think too much. I know that martial practitioners should constantly improve themselves and advance bravely on the path of cultivation. But we have to accept our fate. Our low-level talent is a destiny given by the heavens. Mu Yun said very seriously. He had refused to accept his fate. However, the result of not accepting his fate was that he was still a service disciple. Accept your fate? Long Fei slightly curled the corner of his mouth and thought, I, Long Fei, have never accepted fate. I will take my life. If I had to accept fate, I would have died a long time ago. For Long Fei to accept his fate? He might as well have died earlier. What is life? Life was in his hands, and any choice would change. Senior Sister Mu Yao, my goddess. Sigh. Mu Yun let out a long sigh, looking like he was really sad. Not long after, the two of them arrived at the East 3 courtyard. First to practicing courtyard. Mu Yun said, First, clean this place every day. You must clean this place quickly because the senior brother S must train in the morning and not waste their time. Another point, and the most important point, you mustn't peek at the senior brother cultivating. The Pill Institution is the same as well. The residences of the senior sister are even worse off. You must remember this. Mu Clan is especially strict in this area. Mu Yun reminded her heavily. Long Fei nodded and said, Understood. He was not the least bit interested in the cultivation technique of the Mu Clan disciples. As for alchemy, he was once the possessor of the ancient alchemy technique. Although he did not have the ancient power now, his alchemy was still present. I'm afraid no alchemy master can enter his eyes yet. Finally, the women. What kind of woman hadn't Long Fei seen before and slept with? How many girls from Mu Clan could enter his eyes? Even if Mu Yun was just talking about Mu Yao, he wouldn't be able to do anything. He was thinking about one thing. Upgrade. Mu Yun said, Just remember this, you go clean up, I need to help out at the martial pavilion. Long Fei walked into the practicing courtyard with a broom. At this moment, it was still dark inside the practicing courtyard. However, it did not hinder the sweeping. Long Fei looked at the practicing courtyard, which was a small-scale martial arts training field. It was just that all the floor was filled with floor tiles, as well as some special cultivation tools. In the distance there was a 2-story building. Only the disciples with green tags were qualified to enter the training room. There were also teachers who were there to give them pointers. However, the door was tightly locked, and no service disciples were allowed to enter. Long Fei walked into the courtyard without thinking too much about it, and immediately swept the floor. Voila! Voila! He felt like the earliest sanitation worker in his previous life, cleaning the street. I didn't expect myself to have gotten this far. Sigh. Long Fei, oh Long Fei, you are truly a tragedy. Long Fei laughed bitterly in his heart. He never thought that he would become an environmental worker. However, Long Fei never looked down on himself. So what if he was born low? The system is in my hands, the world is mine. Right now, he was only missing one demon beast. Long Fei increased his tempo. He was completely focused on sweeping the floor. Suddenly, a clear shout came from the darkness not far away. A wave of energy blasted out. Buzz! Buzz! The power exploded out with a loud rumble. Long Fei trembled slightly and looked ahead. His strength struck a wooden stake made of a special material. The wooden stake exploded into 8 sounds in succession. Bang, 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 bang. Explosions could be heard from 8 parts of the wooden stake. It could be said to be quite violent. One hit, 8 echoes. It could be said that if one were to use one's strength to its utmost, one's strength would be split into 8, and one would receive 8 severe injuries. If one were to use its loudness to measure the strength of the attack, the part that was lacking was that, after the 4th echo, it would become weaker. The last 2 echoes were only sounds of form, and the strength did not explode, but was at least 5 times weaker than before the first echo. In other words, the last few echoes had no power at all. This was a flaw in the beauty of the world. However, to be able to split one force into 8 was already quite good. Long Fei was not a grandmaster in strength. However, he cultivated in the tens of thousands of layers of profound arts, and adding on the ancient dragon body's power that he had previously cultivated in, he was the ancestor of power, so when he heard of this power, he could immediately see through it. He could not help but blurt out, "One is divided into 8, but his strength is not enough. It's a pity." With that, he regretted his decision. What was he in the Mu clan? Just a handyman. Furthermore, he did not want to do anything else in Mu clan. He only wanted to take a temporary rest, and leave after he recovered his level increase. He definitely could not hide the fact that he was Long Fei for long, and did not want to implicate his grandfather's family. Now, the entire dragon race was gone. If the Emperor Xian launched an attack on him, it was very likely that he would end up like the Dragon Vein Mountain and be completely destroyed. It was just that. Just as he finished speaking, a crisp voice came from the darkness. "What do you know?" The voice was a bit young and tender, and a bit clear. It was hard to tell if it was male or female. Long Fei said, "Sorry, I spoke too much." After he finished speaking, Long Fei continued to sweep his surroundings, not looking at the person in the darkness. Not long later, another 8 consecutive explosions could be heard from the wooden stake in the darkness. Just like last time, the next few echoes were still as weak as before. This time Long Fei did not speak further. However, a rough model was formed in his mind. It was the movements when exerting force, followed by the circulation of his strength. He didn't know why. The system interface in his mind naturally appeared. It was as if he would know what kind of cultivation technique it was after listening to it once. What's going on? Can it be that he is able to listen to the sound analysis technique? Does this striking system have this kind of ability? Why didn't I see that? Long Fei did not find any of this in the system, but in his mind, there was a model of the system interface. It was different from the person in the darkness. The model in the system released a uniform amount of force. Furthermore, the power contained in the sound was very perfect without any flaws. The circulation of his power, the points of departure, the points of landing, the coordination of all the muscles of his body, were like slow movements, replaying in Long Fei's mind. It was very clear. This cultivation technique was perfectly explained. Why did this happen? Long Fei did not know either. However, he didn't care about all that, he just continued sweeping his own land. It would not be long before the sun rose. He had to finish it before daybreak, or else he would be punished. Bam! Another heavy blow. The wooden stake emitted another 8 sounds. Not much. Bam! Another strike. The person in the darkness seemed to be in a bit of a rage. He frantically attacked in an attempt to prove himself, but, just as Long Fei said, the last 2 echoes basically had no power. To be able to practice this cultivation technique to such a level was already quite amazing. However, to a true expert, not being able to display the power of 8 echoes was nothing but a dream. Because the 8 echoes in his body would form a resonance, causing internal damage to the enemy. If the 2 energies did not reach his body, then the damage would be too little. It was useless. She was very anxious. He had practiced this cultivation technique for 3 years. He had been working hard for the past 3 years, thinking that he was about to succeed, but the voice in the darkness made her feel as if she had fallen into an abyss. Was all his effort in vain? There wasn't much time left for the assessment. She didn't want to wait another year. If he couldn't cultivate this cultivation technique, then he would have no chance of winning this time's exam. But, teacher clearly said he would cultivate like this. How did this happen? Am I wrong? His teacher had also uttered such words. Could it be that the two echoes behind his teacher's 8 bursts fist didn't have much strength either? She couldn't figure it out. Seeing a thin and weak voice sweeping the floor in the distance, she said with pride, "What does a service disciple like him know? If he understands 8 bursts fist, he wouldn't be here sweeping the floor, right? Should I ask him for advice? Isn't that necessary? No, how can I ask him for advice? But the examination. I won't believe it, I'm going to practice again." While they were talking, she started to cultivate. Every time she circulated her strength, every time she punched, she was extremely careful. She punched out, bang. The wooden stake made another 8 sounds. However, it was the same. Nothing had changed. The practicing courtyard continued to erupt with noise. At this moment, Long Fei's mind had already completely developed the method of how to use this technique. In other words, the 8 bursts fist had already been created in the system. Moreover, the system also sounded out a notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for comprehending the 8 bursts fist. Do you wish to cultivate it? Holy sh*t. Is the system that awesome? You can automatically produce a cultivation technique just by listening to the sound? Isn't this way too amazing? This is really powerful. Long Fei was shocked by the function of the system. Auto-success method. This could no longer be described as overpowered. Cultivate. Long Fei moved and started cultivating. There was an extra skill in the skill bar. Skills. 8 bursts fist proficiency. 0 out of 100 consumption. 10,000 holy source points cooldown. 180 seconds description. The power of one strike is divided into 8. Cultivating the ultimate punch would cause the opponent's body to explode in 8 places. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, pubes, forehead, and sea of consciousness. Damn! This is quite destructive. Long Fei was secretly surprised. Did not need to think about how to cultivate his skills. All he needed to do was to level up proficiency and level up his skills. The higher the skill level, the more explosive the power. He did not exist as the man in the darkness with uneven power. Moreover, when the system was evolving, he had memorized all the key techniques of the 8 bursts fist. Practicing courtyard finished cleaning. In the darkness, there was still a figure constantly practicing his martial arts. Long Fei walked to the courtyard entrance. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't bear to see the person in the darkness trying his best to escape. If he continued to train like this, even next year would be useless. It was a completely wrong training. The people who work hard deserve the success of their effort. Long Fei stood at the entrance of the courtyard and said with an indifferent voice, "Strength comes from the heart, the waist goes down a bit, the fists go up a bit more, the entire body moves, not the fists. Try it like this." Finished. Long Fei then walked out of the courtyard. She was a little angry and wanted to criticize Long Fei. What qualifications did a service disciple have to teach others? But Long Fei had already left. She hesitated, her waist sinking a little, her fists raised a little, thinking of what he had said, and threw out a punch. Buzz! Explode, explode, explode. 7 explosions sounded, but the final sound wasn't released. She was shocked. The system has such a function. The system has such a function? I know, listening to the voices. There are even cultivation techniques that automatically exist from listening to the voices? It really is awesome. Long Fei left the practicing courtyard and walked toward the not-too-distant Pill Academy. The matter of the 8 bursts fist was still lingering in his mind, causing him to be extremely shocked. It also made his blood boil. It was not because of the additional skill, but because of the power of the system. As long as the system was around, none of that was a problem. It was only a matter of time before they made it to Xian nationality. Right now, he could only rely on the system. Actually, Long Fei was a contradiction in terms. He hated the system, so he had no choice but to rely on it. He hated the creator of the system and also thanked the creator. If not for the system, even if he had transmigrated, he would still be an ant struggling at the bottom, and might have died long ago. After entering the ancient world, he no longer had anything to rely on. The only thing left was the system. He could only rely on the system now, starting from zero. When they arrived at the Pill Academy, the sky was already bright. There were already many disciples going in and out of the academy, either carrying spirit grass in their hands or pill furnaces in their hands. In the pill courtyard, it's especially important in the east side. Not only did it have to provide for the expenses of thousands of disciples in the east region, it also had to shoulder the responsibility of developing new pellets and guiding the development of alchemy disciples. The status of the disciples of the Pill Academy in the Eastern District was extremely high. Ordinary disciples would not dare to offend them at all. There would probably be no pills left in the future if he offended the disciples of the Pill Academy. As far as cultivators were concerned, the assistance of medicinal pills were indispensable. No matter how high your cultivation is, you won't be able to leave without pills. There were tens of thousands of different kinds of pills that could help you improve your holy source, strengthen your body, and also refine your body, mind, and consciousness. There were even more powerful pills that could allow you to cultivate at a tremendous pace. Battle-type medicinal pills were even more powerful. A single pill could raise one's strength, speed, and various attributes by several levels in an instant. Thus, the status of the Pill Academy in the Mu clan was very high. After walking into the Pill Academy, Long Fei did not look around any further. He immediately started to clean up the place, as he was not interested in anything that was happening around him. As for alchemy, Long Fei was also not the least bit interested. He was once a grandmaster of the ancient alchemy, and any pellet he refined was at the holy god level. Even if he lost his ancient power now, his understanding of alchemy was still something very few people could compare to. As for Mu Clan, the most powerful thing about him was his spatial strength, which made him not proficient in alchemy. The eastern region was also the weakest region of the Mu Clan, so the pellets refined by the alchemy masters here simply did not enter Long Fei's eyes. Walla! Walla! He was sweeping the various fallen leaves in the courtyard. The area of the Pill Academy was much larger than the practicing courtyard. Other than a 3-story pill house, there were quite a few specially nurtured spirit grass in the courtyard. Spirit grass were not high-ranked, but they decorated the Pill Academy's scenery. Furthermore, there were some spirit grass flowers that emitted the fragrance of holy source, causing people to feel relaxed and happy. These spirit grass were also prepared for the alchemy disciples to distinguish between the spirit grass and understand their attribute. Not far away, under a big tree, an old man that looked like he was in his 50s stroked his beard as he slowly said, "Pill refiner, spirit 2. If you want to refine a good pill, then you need to know how to control the holy source and how to use the power of the holy source in combination with the power of the spirit grass. Did you remember that?" The 10 alchemy apprentices immediately stood up and said, "Remember." Long Fei smiled slightly, his heart feeling somewhat doubtful. This is the Divine Space's alchemy master? It's just a little bit of skin. Seeing the smile on Long Fei's face, the old man couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "You are all disciples that I have meticulously selected, and possess a certain level of alchemy talent. You must grasp this opportunity well, otherwise—" He raised his gaze, looked at Long Fei and said, "Otherwise, he would be like him, only able to clean the courtyard for us every day and become a service disciple, a person who has no hope in life. His words were filled with mockery. Many disciples also looked at Long Fei, their faces filled with contempt. Master, don't worry. Even if we were worse off, we wouldn't be like him. He's just a servant. His talent should be at the lowest level, right? Of course. Just a lowly ant. Kid, what are you looking at? Why aren't you sweeping the floor? Long Fei did not provoke anyone, but all kinds of ridiculing laughter came from under the tree. Long Fei ignored him. How can a lion turn back when a dog barks? When they mocked Long Fei, they were actually laughing at themselves, because he really couldn't be bothered to listen to this level of alchemy. Brat, I told you, are you not in a good mood? He actually dares to have his back towards us? A disciple stood up. He wanted to show off in front of his teacher. Long Fei ignored him. Long Fei's disregard made him even more unhappy, and he walked up with large strides, as if he was being humiliated. Some other people also looked at Long Fei, as if they were watching a play. The old man did not stop him. It was just a mere service disciple. Even if he were to slap him a few times, so what? The disciple walked in front of Long Fei, stepped on the broom on the ground, and stared at Long Fei. Boy, I'm talking to you. Long Fei looked up and said indifferently, I wonder what business does senior brother have? The disciple sneered. What attitude is this? What were you laughing at when your teacher was speaking just now? Do you know what is called alchemy? Long Fei shook his head and said, I don't understand. The disciple laughed. I don't think you understand. If you understood, I'm afraid all the people in the world are all alchemy grandmasters. Long Fei said, Yes, yes, yes. Senior brother is right. The disciple looked at Long Fei and said, Just now you smiled at my teacher, now immediately kneel down and kowtow to me, apologizing to my teacher. Long Fei's eyes turned cold, and in his heart, he was slightly unhappy, but his eyes slightly tightened as he looked at the disciple. There was a fierce glint in his eyes. The disciple's heart slightly trembled, and his body suddenly trembled. Long Fei said in a low voice, Don't be despicable in front of me, or else you won't be able to imagine the consequences. His voice was low, but it carried a faint killing intent. The disciple's face was pale white. He was scared speechless by Long Fei's imposing aura. At that moment, he felt really uncomfortable, as if he was about to die. Only after Long Fei had turned around and walked a few meters away did he slowly recover. With a tight look in his eyes, he heavily said, You dog, I. Not waiting for him to finish, an explosion suddenly sounded from the side of the pill room. Rumble! A door directly burst out, and the window was also shattered into pieces. Thick smoke billowed out, carrying along with it the charred aura of the holy source. It was a complete mess. Everyone in the courtyard was shocked by the sound of the explosion. Long Fei was also startled, his forehead becoming tense. The furnace exploded? What spirit grass is so powerful that they could actually cause such a loud explosion? The old man under the tree also shouted, The furnace has exploded! Explosions are common. Explosions are common. This was something that every alchemy master had experienced. However, in Long Fei's many years of refining pills, he had seen quite a lot of pill refiners of all sorts. He had never seen such a tragic explosion in a furnace before. The ones who didn't know thought it was a bomb explosion. The furnace blew up. The furnace blew up. Quickly go in and save them. Quick, put out the fire. The Pill Academy was thrown into a mess all of a sudden. Long Fei stood not too far away and looked at the exploding pill room. The holy source has been completely devoured. This aura seems to be a special aura released after the devouring process, this aura. Just as Long Fei was sucking in a few mouthfuls of air. Immediately, a spirit grass model with flowers appeared in the system interface. Type, God's illusion flower grade. 9th grade attributes. Holy source that can swallow other spirit grass, can transform into its own strength after absorbing it, and can release a kind of gas that can cause one to fall into an illusion. Description: God's illusion flower has its own leveling attribute. As long as it is not refined once, it can grow back again. Description 2. This spirit grass fears the killing intent that is being emitted from the body of a human. Damn! Long Fei exclaimed, this system is too awesome. Just by smelling the gas, he was able to clearly describe all of its attributes, and even its weaknesses. It was really too powerful. Long Fei did not think too much about it. All the disciples in the Pill Institution had low cultivation bases and low realms, and if their consciousness was not strong enough, they would easily fall into illusions. Immediately, in the chaos, Long Fei shouted out, "Quick, hold your breath. There is poison gas in the air, do not absorb it into your body. Inhale and immediately withdraw from the Pill Institution. Faster!" The Pill Academy was in a state of chaos, and thick smoke billowed in the surroundings. It was impossible to tell who was speaking. However, hearing that there was poison in the gas, no one dared to be careless. They immediately covered their noses and held their breath. Many people ran out of the courtyard. The people in the pill room had not yet come out. It was unknown how many people there were. These people were all members of the Mu clan and were his grandfather's clansmen. And then, Long Fei held his breath and quickly approached the exploded pill house. He took a look at the smoke that was billowing inside, and without caring about anything else, he rushed into the pill house. The idea moved. Buzz. The holy source on Long Fei's body shook, and the killing intent on his body surged out. Killing intent surge. The illusion of the god's illusion flower immediately weakened. Just as the system had described, the killing intent of the god's illusion flower was its nemesis. How awesome! Long Fei sighed once again at the power of the system. He discovered a white-haired old man with a face full of filth lying beside the exploded pill furnace. Beside him was an incomparably enchanting blood-red flower. It was exactly the same as the model in the system interface. Clearly, it was the god's illusion flower. It had absorbed a lot of holy source S from the spirit grass. Not only was it not incinerated, it was refined even more demonically, just like a flower of blood. Holy **T. Is the spirit grass about to ascend to the sky? Long Fei's eyes moved. He did not care too much about it, and directly kept the god's illusion flower into the space ring, then carried the white-haired old man and rushed out. After leaving the pill, Long Fei placed the old man in a safe place and quickly left the courtyard. He didn't want to attract attention. He didn't want to waste this time. To keep a low profile was the way to go. Besides, he didn't have any good capital right now. Grand Elder. The Grand Elder is here. Quick, help the Great Elder out of the pill room. Faster! At this time, the disciples of the practicing courtyard next door rushed over. Their cultivation was much higher, and after each of them carried 2 large buckets of water, they extinguished the fire. Apart from the Great Elder of the alchemy room, there were a few other disciples who had briefly fainted and were not severely injured. However, outside the courtyard, no one asked who had just said the words that were poisonous in the gas. If not for Long Fei's reminder, most of them would have died. Long Fei took his broom and was about to leave. Do good without leaving a name. However, he had not even taken 2 steps when he was stopped by a disciple from the pill room. He viciously shouted, "Where are you going? Don't we need to clean the Pill Academy? Go clean up, quick! That's right, we still need to use the pill room tomorrow. Clean it up for me." Long Fei laughed bitterly in his heart, then took his broom and walked into the courtyard. It's hard for good people to do that. Several hours later, Mu Yuanan slowly woke up. Seeing him open his eyes, a few elders immediately stepped forward and asked, Elder Yuanan, are you alright? Are you feeling better? You really scared us to death. If something were to happen to you, what would happen to our East District? If you didn't provoke me, who would challenge me with pills from the Eastern District? Mu Yuanan was the strongest alchemy master in the Eastern region. The majority of the spirit pellets in the Eastern region had come from him. Mu Yuanan slowly sat up, his face slightly pale, and smiled apologetically. All of you elders, I am fine, I have let you all worry. It's good that you're fine. I'm counting on you to concoct the pills from the East region. It's good that you're fine. The few elders heaved a sigh of relief. Mu Yuanan's heart was also filled with lingering fear. He did not think that a 9th-rank spirit grass would actually possess such powerful strength. He had been a master of alchemy for dozens of years already. He had refined a lifetime's worth of pellets and was almost killed by them. That terrifying aura, the devouring force, scared him. Thinking about it, Mu Yuanan became a little afraid. He could not help but ask, who saved me? Also, besides me, how many disciples were injured? He was well aware that if he took in too much of the poisonous gas, it would definitely cause harm. He thought that there would definitely be deaths and injuries amongst the disciples. However, an elder stepped forward and said, "Besides you, there are only a few disciples who were slightly unconscious. They are already fine, nothing more." Huh! Mu Yuanan was slightly taken aback before he replied. That spirit grass carried a terrifying poison gas with it. I passed out because I breathed in the poison gas as well. Other than me, no one else in the Pill Academy knows. The few elders in the room were stunned. An elder's eyes flashed. Elder, someone reminded us that there is poisonous gas in the air. That is why we are holding our breath. Only now did someone remember. Hearing what Mu Yuanan said, many of the elders were shocked. If he hadn't warned them, many people might have died today. Mu Yuanan was even more shocked in his heart. There was still no one who knew of the spirit grass on the east side, and no one knew that it could release poisonous gas. However, someone had actually reminded him. Who was this person? Immediately, Mu Yuanan immediately asked, "Who is that person? Bring him to me immediately." Who is this person? Bring him to me immediately. Who is this person? Bring him to me immediately. After Mu Yuanan finished speaking, the few clan elders in the room looked at each other and shook their heads. They had no idea who said it. They were only subconsciously covering their noses to protect themselves in such a chaotic situation. Who would bother reminding them? One of the elders said, "The scene after the explosion was very chaotic. In the midst of the chaos there was a voice. We don't even know who said it. But one thing I can be sure of, it must be the disciples of the Pill Academy. There are no outsiders in the academy today." A few elders also chimed in. Right, there are no other disciples apart from the Pill Academy. Could it be a certain genius disciple? Could it be Mu Tianhu? It's possible, I'll send someone to ask immediately. No one knew who said it, but even if they had, no one would have suspected Long Fei. A service disciple, what did he know about alchemy? Let alone a high-level spirit grass like this. Mu Yuanan was a little disappointed in her heart. She waved her hand and said, "Go and check first, we must definitely find this person. I want to thank him personally." There were a lot of people who knew about the god's illusion flower, but no one knew that it could release poisonous gas. Even Mu Yuanan himself only knew about it during the process of using his alchemy. It would truly be amazing if the academy had such a disciple. Also, he was researching on a new pill. If this disciple could help him solve his doubts, perhaps he would be able to refine a new pill. It had been a long time since he had a breakthrough in his pill technique. If he was able to achieve a breakthrough in his new pill, he might be able to reach Tier 6. The elders nodded. "Don't worry, we will try our best to find him." After the elder left, Mu Yuanan did not continue lying on the bed. He himself was not heavily injured, but his thoughts were still thinking about God's illusion flower. He wanted to go to the Pill Academy to take a look. Huff huff. This is really killing me. I didn't expect cleaning to be so tiring. Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief. After a few hours, he finally cleaned up the chaotic Pill Academy. The Pill Academy has finished cleaning up. There's still one more place, and this mission isn't that simple. Even with 500 experience points, it's still hard to get. Long Fei muttered as he walked towards another courtyard with a broom. It was also the courtyard that the senior sister resided in. Not long after he left, Mu Yuanan walked into the Pill Academy. Looking at the clean and tidy academy, he was slightly stunned. No God's illusion flower could be found. Mu Yuanan's heart ached slightly. Did the level 9 spirit grass disappear just like that? Sigh. It seems like my new pill plan is going to run aground again. Sigh. When will I be able to become a Tier 6 pill refiner? Mu Yuanan let out a long sigh. Looking at the exploded pill furnace in the pill room, the space between his eyebrows tightened secretly. I remember that before I passed out, the God's illusion flower was not refined. Instead, it absorbed the holy source from other spirit grass to bloom even more enchantingly. It shouldn't have been blown up. A 9th stage spirit grass would not be so easily destroyed. Thinking about it, Mu Yuanan's heart tightened. Could it be that someone took it away? That shouldn't be the case. God's illusion flower is a dangerous type of spirit grass. If you can't control it, it can slowly absorb holy source, and even suck people into a dried corpse. Some spirit grass were extremely dangerous, and God's illusion flower were one type of spirit grass. Whoever carried it on their body would suffer a backlash if they couldn't suppress it. Normal people would not dare to touch this kind of spirit grass. Now that the God's illusion flower had disappeared, who would be the one to take it? The disciples of the Pill Academy should not dare to make a move. If they weren't disciples of the Pill Academy, then who could they have been? Looking at the clean courtyard, Mu Yuanan was surprised. Could it be a service disciple? It shouldn't be, right? He wasn't sure. However, God's illusion flower were very important to him, and finding another one would take too much time, so he needed to use his new one as well. No matter what, I have to find the God's illusion flower. Mu Yuanan muttered, I have to ask Mu Dafu. He couldn't miss anyone. The place the senior sister is staying is so fragrant. Long Fei walked into an exquisite courtyard. There was a faint fragrance of flowers floating in the courtyard, and some clothes were drying on the side of the courtyard. These were the senior sister's personal clothes. Watch your eyes. If you dare take another look, be careful of your eyeballs. Long Fei stood blankly at the door for a moment, only to be stared at by a few pairs of violent eyes, each and every one of them as if they wanted to kill him. Long Fei immediately lowered his head, walked into the courtyard and started cleaning. Is this a new errand boy? He looks pretty handsome, do you want to tease him? Senior sister, are you in heat again? F***CKU, you've only just gotten hot, but this little fresh meat is really handsome. As he spoke, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. While they were talking, she twisted her snake waist, and walked up to Long Fei with a move of her buttocks. The corner of her mouth slightly raised, and her voice became charming and gentle. You're new here. He was spitting out incense in his mouth. His voice was so gentle that it made one's bones quiver. The senior sister in front of him did not look that good, but at best, he looked average, about 5 out of 5. But he had an absolutely first-class figure, and he also had that sound. If it was tossed around the bed, the sound would definitely be fascinating. It was just that, had heard the most coquettish voice before. Her voice did not make Long Fei feel funny at all. She lowered her head to sweep the ground and replied, and Mu Fian was stunned. No man had ever heard her voice so calm. She knew that her looks had no advantage, but she knew that any advantage could be brought to bear on her figure and voice. There were not many male disciples in the Eastern District who could resist her. However, Long Fei was unmoved and was very calm. This was not an act, she could feel it from the act, but she could not feel anything from Long Fei's body. Could it be that he no longer had the ability to attract others? Mu Fian was secretly unhappy. She did not believe that taming a service disciple was not possible. Her delicate, jade-like fingers raised her hand slightly, as her palm directly pressed onto Long Fei's chest. Her voice became even more charming as she flirtatiously spoke. "Junior brother, do you think I'm good-looking?" The index finger on Long Fei's chest gently slid, the snake-like tongue in his mouth lightly licking his lip. His eyes were misty. He was just like a otaku. In his previous life, Long Fei would probably react if he just listened to the voice. But now, the more beauties he saw, the stronger his resistance was. Thus, even if the woman in front of him was extremely charming, Long Fei was still very calm and said, "She's beautiful." However, Mu Fian said, "But what?" Long Fei said, "It doesn't attract me at all." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.